Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you tune in from the world tonight. We have our final day of the Thunderpick North American World Championship Series 1, and it is going to be a thrilling next three best of threes of Counter-Strike. I will be taking you through the analyst of the first two in the semi-finals, and alongside me for the casters, the main people of the show, I have B-Dog and JRT. How are you two boys doing today?
It's Freddie, I hate to do this to you, mate, but there's only two games today. The finals tomorrow.
I was not aware of that.
You're CCT pilled. It's okay. Here on Thunderpick, we're doing things a bit differently, mate. It's just the semi-finals today, and then we've got that grand final tomorrow.
Well, anyways, how are you doing though?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
I'm thrilled. You know, it's been a lovely day in Dublin, and yeah, happy to be here. JRT, you doing well?
Yeah, doing really well. I'm excited for these matches. Honestly, they're going to be some good ones.
Yeah, and it's good that we've at least got one American with us because, yeah, you know, like me and Brandon here, we're coming over from the other side of the pond, maybe not as well versed. So it's good that we've got at least some sort of representation here on the desk. But let's go take a look at the schedule for today. Take a look at these two semifinals that we are talking about, seeing who will find their place in the grand finals. And yeah, you can see the bracket there. We've got on the right side, NRG versus Blue Jays, which will be our first game. And then on the left, Wildcard versus Legacy. JRT, because you're our hometown boy, does this bracket look like the type of bracket you'd expect so far?
Absolutely, yes. Everything was expected. I'd say the 2 over anything else for wildcard. Yeah, that to me was a mismatch. Unfortunately, for anything else, they got really blown out of the water. And then Legacy, there's maybe a little bit of a surprise. Not really though. They struggled against Nouns. Well, Noun Moneyball. And it was the old roster for Nouns up in ECL, so that was a little surprising. They ended up losing that match, and Nouns went to the grand final, and that wasn't the expected result. But here, they do get the win against Getting Info, and that makes sense. And everything else, like NRG, you expect them to come out with the win against Moneyball, especially since Moneyball didn't have Junior there. So, yeah, that's why they're here.
And well, speaking of NRG, Brandon, I know you got to watch them yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or today, whichever kind of way you want to put it. Talk us through this roster, because they've been having an insane amount of success recently, right?
Yeah, they're playing really well. It feels like OC has got his form back from a couple of years ago when he was sort of making his name on Extra Salt, and that's been really nice to see. There was a really good dynamic yesterday as well between George and Hext. It was really cool to see that the rotations, especially on the riflers, to be a bit more flexible. It leaves OC a lot of responsibility on the CT side, but he manages it perfectly, especially on Mirage. That was fantastic to watch. This NRG team's just been going from strength to strength. However, I'm going to raise some eyebrows here because I made a comment yesterday when I watched NRG against Moneyball, especially when it was Moneyball playing with a stand-in and it's like the two Swedish guys now playing with them. It felt like NRG were playing down to the level of Moneyball, and it worried me a little bit. But then going up against Blue Jays, I feel like they won't have an issue. And then going on forward, if they make it to the grand final, I don't think they'll have an issue there. But it's something to keep an eye on. I think NRG were definitely playing down to their opponent's level.
Okay, well, we can definitely keep that in mind as we take a look throughout the best of three. But going on to our next team, Blue Jays. This is a really interesting matchup, the NRG Blue Jays, because it feels like Blue Jays have never been able to quite get over NRG, and in a lot of very high octane situations, especially the qualification to the major. JRT, do you think today is the day that maybe we see a Blue Jays conquer their demons?
It's tough to say, right? Because yes, they've gotten close on a lot of maps, but the only time they've really found victory was, at least in the recent best of threes, was on Mirage. And that's the weak point right now for NRG. They can't seem to find their answers on that map, except against Nouns for whatever reason, or Moneyball now. They can beat them. But everyone else, they're struggling. That's the map you're going to see them losing. If you look at their match history, it's Mirage, Mirage, Mirage over and over again. And I would pick it if I were Blue Jays. They absolutely do here. It makes sense, right? Because that's the most likely map where you can find victory up against NRG. The problem for Blue Jays is outside of that, yes, you had the close map on Dust 2 to qualify for the major. Ended up being a loss, though, in overtime. And they also had a close affair. I think it was actually on Nuke. It was closer than expected, perhaps. It ended up being 13-8 for NRG. But outside of that, there's nothing really to show for their efforts. So I think there's a lot that needs to happen for Blue Jays here tonight for them to find victory.
So I don't know if this is like taking words out your mouth, but is this kind of a best of 3 where we're coming into it and it's like the story's already been, or like the book's already been written?
You gotta win Mirage. Like
Yeah.
that's the key thing. If you're Blue Jays, you gotta win Mirage, otherwise you're losing the series 2-0.
Same feeling there, JRT?
Yeah, no, absolutely the same. They have to come out with the win on map number 1. Dust 2 is like we said, a maybe, but then you look at the follow-up they played, they lost 13-2 afterwards on the map. Yeah, I'm with Brandon. Mirage must be a win, and I think Train might be the map that they could come back and get, but even then, like, it's hard to pick a map where I feel like Blue Jays will be strong on outside of Mirage.
Okay, so Mirage. Let's talk Blue Jays win potentials. Brandon, is there like what do you see, or maybe on the other side of it, maybe the negative of NRG, because you were talking from what you saw yesterday, maybe not with massive confidence. So kind of give me a breakdown of if Blue Jays are going to win Mirage, why maybe will they win it, or maybe NRG lose it?
I mean, it's a case of individuals, to be honest. I think that's where Moneyball was succeeding the most. I think NRG got really complacent because they went up so many rounds in the lead, and then they just sort of decided just to swing everything, and it wasn't amazing Counter-Strike. It really broke away from the norm, and then Nitro just went, okay guys, let's lock in, and then suddenly you play a default and you just win really easily. So you need Fruit Cup to have a really good game, you need Snav to keep performing the way that he is, and this slight OC head-to-head is going to be the big difference maker here, because OC is just in such red-hot form at the moment. You need an AWPer that will go toe-to-toe with him, and to be fair to Moneyball, they didn't have an AWPer. They were playing with Peepin on the AWP. They were then playing as well with Dotty on the AWP. And when Dotty was slacking, Peepin picked up the pace. And here we go. Here's an example of this in this head-to-head, right? The fact that it's a 1.2 for OC, 1.14 out of Snav. That's your rifler. That's not a true AWP versus AWP head-to-head. It's going to be really dangerous if Slight goes missing here.
Is that kind of the same sentiment for you, JRT, where like OC, I feel like a lot of people have slept on him because he maybe didn't perform like 2 years ago on Liquid, but do you feel like if OC steps up and Slight doesn't, that just is already the writing in the wall?
Yeah, I don't know if it's OC that's the one who needs to step up or Slight. I think Slight's the one who needs to be focused on here because his inconsistency is something I've been talking about for like 2 years now. It's been too long, and he can't find that consistent form. And if he doesn't, then I don't know if he's going to have a future for very long on the team. Like, he needs to step up in these situations and be going toe to toe with the OCs of of this level of Counter-Strike, or else I don't know. It's going to be a struggle for this squad.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because you take a look at the way NRG were playing yesterday, and sure, they did go 3 maps, but it felt like they were in control all throughout. And it wasn't just OC putting up the numbers. George was having a brilliant game. Bro's always good for like 20 kills a map. And it's like, okay, well, we need consistency across the board from Blue Jays. We need that overall floor to be raised. Otherwise, there's not going to be no room for that ceiling.
Okay, this is a pretty bleak picture, I think, that we're painting for Blue Jays, and it's hard not to, right? Because NRG, like, when you look at their results, it's them shaping up to be kind of the best like domestic team in North America right now. So I think it is understandable that it's okay. It's not that we're talking down on Blue Jays. It's a different caliber of opponent. But with that in mind, Mirage, potentially the most exciting map of this best of 3, is live. Map 1, it's the map pick of Blue Jays. We've kind of narrated this is the map Blue Jays have to win. Let's see if they can do it.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, look, we jump into this. Blue Jays start T-side immediately, which already feels like a little bit of an aggravation because of those good rotates I saw out of Hext yesterday. Especially the B anchor was rotated to CT ticket and was already ahead of the A plays more often than not. Here we go with an A play, John, and we've got loads of dualies ready and raring to go.
Well, those dualies here on CT side pistol, and Nitro's going to tap away towards Snab, who's trying to make his way out of ramp. George waiting under balcony, and he's got those dualies like we mentioned. Blue Jays taking their time. Now they're poking their heads out and drawing some fire here. George wants to peek his head out around the corner here at ramp, and he does tag Snap down to 76. Now we'll finish him off. That's a great start, and they just overlook everyone to the Blue Jays. Great angles held from NRG, and Fruit Cup the last one standing. This is nigh hopeless, and there he goes.
That looked so like worrisome initially from the fact that George is
Yeah.
swinging. He gets the kill, and you're like, okay, well the Palace guy's going to trade him surely. And then everyone from Connector doesn't look at jungle, doesn't look at ticket, doesn't look at anywhere else apart from George. He takes all the attention, and guess what? He just kills them all. 4 kills immediately on the dual Berethas. Blue Jays, that felt a little bit limp coming into that site there because they're not ready for the initial swing, and then they can't recover off the back of it.
Yeah, that's really tough for the Blue Jays. You're absolutely right. Like, there was no recovery at all after George really started to do his damage, and even then there was some that activated towards CT as well at ticket. So it was a tough situation for them, especially once they lose that first prong. And right here, it's just an anti-eco up against Glocks. OC's pushed up to top mid. Bro's with him. This is full control and confidence from NRG. And you were talking about this before, Brendan. Like, NRG, they come out of the gates hot typically on Mirage, and then things really slow up. I've seen multiple 5-0 leads just slip away in the first half and end up either a lead in the opponent's favor or a tied scoreline going to the second half. So we'll see if NRG can finally exercise those demons and maybe prevent themselves from making silly mistakes and swinging too aggressively.
I'll go one better, mate. Yesterday, they were up 7-1 and 8-1 on D2 and Mirage. They brought it back to 7-5 and 8-4 halves respectively, and both maps ended like 13-8, 13-11 in a loss.
That's shocking. I did not think
that's why I called them NAVP.
Yeah, they kind of feel that way sometimes. I can't blame you for making that comparison. Guns are going to be out here for Blue Jays. Molotov's going to sail in from Snav to push off OC, and OC doesn't really want to get the space. Now Snav's walking out, and so is Slight, and Slight will get that frag. Great trade from George, though, right as the smoke blooms.
Look at this push as well. Nitro's just walked all the way through B-Apps, and George just keeps on going. And now you've got a decision to make if you're Nitro. You're going to push through his TV room or you come through underpass. It's the latter, not the former. And now you've got to be in danger. If you're Blue Jays, he's checking the smoke. He's worried that someone's walked through it. Instead, he's bumped on a corner. And suddenly that gives up the advantage right back. And now between Bro and George, they've got to walk. They've got to relocate and find something. But they've got nothing on A. The bomb is completely in no man's land for Blue Jays. But NRG do not know because Nitro went back to under.
Well, George is going to get one back here to even that at a 2v2, but you're right. Like, that bomb is all the way back towards T-spawn. Will be a frag coming through from Dare onto Bro. So Fruit Cup retrieving the bomb, bringing it back towards this A site. They don't know where Bro is over at the stairs, so maybe he can catch them off guard because they already did get a frag in this direction. We'll see. Bro around the corner does get that one onto Fruit Cup. Pretty clean as well. In fact, completely clean, but cannot get the next onto Dare. That will be the Blue Jays on the board first.
Why does he call himself Vegeta? Like, just call yourself Dare. Like, why are you making our lives harder, bro?
I know.
But yeah, look, lovely reposition out of Bro. The fact he gets the bomb there as well, you feel like it is his round to win, but Dare has to take that fight. It's good that he's confident in it, and he goes, okay, what I need to do is just kill the guy. So he swings instantly. He takes an awkward engagement, but he's got the element of surprise in terms of his positioning, and it's enough to gain Blue Jays that round. And look at this, OC's just not prepared. Dare just keeps going, and the underpass player of George removed instantly. 2 quick kills for Blue Jays. Bro trying to come through the smoke alongside Hex. And somehow this round has completely turned on its head. It's not done yet because Fruit Cup's now just dealing with Bro, who's walking through a smoke completely by himself, and Hex is on 1 HP.
See, that's the type of play where NRG, they're just collapsing on mid. Everything's going wrong for them. They get a hero play, and then Bro, for whatever reason, decides, I'm going to thunder stomp my way up mid because this is the play, going through a smoke in the process. And, I mean, look, Fruit Cup had an easy frag. The problem is now he has to get that bomb planted, and, well, it's actually not much of a problem at all because Hex is all the way over at the other bomb site and only 14 HP. And that's another thing, right? Hex at 14 HP and Bro is charging towards top mid. It's a questionable decision. I guess I understand trying to get a little more information, but at the same time, you got a 2v1. You can back off and kind of hold sites or take advantage of the fact that you already have that man edge. I don't know. It's strange to me anyway, Brandon.
The only thing I can think of right there is it was a miscomm, and Hexter's heard a step.
Yes.
Maybe he's heard Bro in the corner of his ear and thinks that's a guy that's gone B-Apps, and Bro goes, oh, okay, well, I'll get a quick flank on. Regardless, Bro shouldn't be doing that.
Yes.
Even if it is a miscom or not, just go and play together in the 2v1. Make sure you're tradable. That's the biggest thing in NA. And I don't want to dunk on your region, John, but I've been casting this for like a week and a half now, and the amount of untradeable kills is actually just insane.
It's really unfortunate, let's say, that they're not putting themselves in better position. It's just the spacing. It's always, I don't want to say always, because there are some teams that are very strong. In fact, NRG is one of them. Outside of Mirage, they tend to be a lot stronger in terms of their spacing, but for whatever reason on this map, they always look a little disjointed. And again, it's starting a little earlier for them here than it has in the past. You know, you talked about that 8-1 lead that they had yesterday. Here, well, it's already tied up at 2-2, and they're stuck on 2 pistols, the SMG, and a couple of rifles. OC's got the util, but I don't know. They're gambling on the A stack here.
What this screams to me, and what this sort of screamed to me yesterday, and I'm happy to be sort of proved wrong on this, so we can have a little discussion about it, which is why I'm bringing it up. But it feels like NRG, whenever they enter the server, they know they're the better team individually, and they get a little bit complacent, and they feel like they can just out-aim their opponents. And when you get a situation like that, where you've got 4 players that just get removed early and towards mid, after getting 2 opening kills, no less, NRG just think, oh, we can do whatever we want, we're just going to win the map regardless. And then that leads to these mistakes creeping in, that leads to the economy then being damaged, and suddenly you're behind and you can't sustain a decent amount of consistency because you're always working with limited weaponry.
No, there's absolutely that element of overconfidence that comes into play. Bro gonna catch Snav on Cat. 5v4 in favor of NRG, and damage onto Dare. He's on notice, but doesn't fall. OC is the next one to go down by the wayside, thanks to Freshie pushing towards jungle. The thing is, B-side could be vulnerable here. Nitro's on his own, and he gets fragged by Slight. Nice op shot coming through there. 4v3, and NRG not really in a position to retake. I don't know if they have an appetite for it. But yeah, just to kind of continue that discussion, I think, as we're going to see some exit frags, I think overall, NRG can get overconfident, and they feel like they should be beating any team in the North American Tier 2 circuit. There's no question in my mind that that is something they're always aware of, but I think they let it get to them too much and go for those overconfident plays.
Next question then is Blue Jays Tier 2 NA, because I'd put them probably a step above that.
Yeah, like 1.5. Let's say Tier 1.5 NA. I think that they
I was going to say
made a
we get rid
recent
of liquid, but that's not happening anymore, is it? We take coal out of the equation, right?
Yeah, exactly. If complexity is gone, then maybe. But even then, they made a recent change, adding Dare and dropping Wolf, and I felt like that was a sideways move or maybe even a downgrade because Wolf was performing so well for them. He's actually their top player in terms of rating. So that's the question mark that comes up to me when I start talking about Blue Jays, at least their latest performances. And you see like the results haven't really been there. And you're like, well, you made that change right before the VRS, right before like the qualifiers for the major. So it was interesting to say the least. And now with Dare on the roster, I still haven't seen anything convincing enough to me to say, okay, these guys are going to be able to continue being a threat. But maybe that'll change with time.
Let's see it. First threat is getting rid of the pistol in the window, and that's proving to be a little bit more challenging than Blue Jays were hoping for. George should be dispatched off now, which is being completely burnt to a crisp. Good work. Rifle not recoverable. NRG maintain their stack on B, but unfortunately for them, as soon as Freshie starts pushing with Dare in towards Con, they're going to realize that A is completely open for the taking.
Yeah, Freshie was just going to clear out underpass, making sure no one was there before they actually went for their push, and that was accomplished, and you're right. Yeah, just going to be a save, I would imagine, for NRG. They have a couple of pistols. Maybe they'll go for exits. I doubt they'll go for a full-on retake, though.
Now, maybe they can go under and try and get the gun in mid. This is the only thing I'm potentially thinking of. Maybe if you get rid of the AWP, that'd be really cool, but we're asking a little bit too much now, I reckon. There it is. Slight has at least revealed himself that he is in towards Com, but now he's got 2 riflers active in his support network. There we go. So that's something. Can Hex remove Dare's AK? That's now the next question. Looks like Nitro is assuredly out of there. Nice. We got a 4-2 lead off the back of Bro pushing top mid in a 2v1. Yep.
That is actually what led to all of this, unfortunately, for Bro and NRG, but there's still a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played, and the saved AK will help out NRG, at least buying up into this round. Bro getting the op for OC, I would imagine. There we go. Yep, throwing that over to his teammate, and everyone else going to have a full-on buy-up. So yeah, I mean, it's a great start for Blue Jays, at the very least, capitalizing on the mistakes that NRG are making here on Mirage. But we already said that they had to be strong here, right? This is the map where they need to find that win. I think even if they win here, obviously that's like the first win condition for them in the series, they still have a lot to show on the remaining 2 maps, if they get there.
A little pause being taken. Yeah, I wonder, we didn't really see yesterday from MNRG the amount of aggressiveness sort of on extremities. We already saw Nitro push and go under previously in one of these rounds. I wonder how much of that will be adopted to sort of get Hex available to sort of start flexing his rotate role. Because what I was really enjoying was watching OC go to B, and then Hex would just leave, and then there'd be 3 riflers on A. There'd be a really quick then rifle to be ready for mid. It was really interesting. It was working really effectively against Moneyball.
We'll see if that comes through again. Typically, NRG are actually worse on their CT side of Mirage than their T side. It's 51.2% of CT rounds are won, and on the T side, it's 55.7%. So still close in terms of win percentage, but you know, if they don't come out of here with a lead and they still get a few rounds, though, they'll probably continue to be competitive against the Blue Jays once they switch over to the attacking side, where they've looked more coordinated in general on this map, at least from what I've seen. Slight is going to come out here towards Palace. Oh, that's not good timing for the util. Slight dropped like a heap there, and Frucup does get the trade, so that's 1 less person, but I don't think they're going to expect Bro here.
They
Yeah,
should.
They don't.
They would have. It would have seen him on the death cam, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's a really easy comp to make, guys. 2 Palace. Instead, probably the communication was Palace, because you've just been completely jump scared as you're trying to throw that molly. Unlucky, but it works really well for George and Bro. Great timing. You've got OC sitting in towards Ticket, providing that support, even though he wasn't initially shooting over towards Ramp on that angle. He does get back on the line in time. He takes his 2 kills, and now Freshy's just stuck in mid. Nowhere to go. 15 seconds left. Just don't die after time.
That's just, it's a troubling start to the round, and once one thing goes wrong, everything does for the Blue Jays. You lose Slight once he's got util in his hands, and that's just unfortunate timing as it's pushing into the apartments. I believe it was OC or Bro, one of the 2. But you're right. I mean, having 2 players there, the comms may have been panicked. They didn't realize that their comm wasn't clear, and well, Bro got away with another one without really much of a fuss. 4-3, NRG. Looking good. Surprised the odds are now heavily favoring Blue Jays on this map, but again, okay, well, I'm not sure if that's accurate, to be honest with you. But either way, you know, I would even favor the Blue Jays on Mirage just because of the previous results that we've seen for NRG on this map.
We got here just another classic mid-take boost up for Slight's AWP. And even a run boost over. It feels a little bit bold when you don't really have much util in towards mid-bar or window smoke. He's searching, though. He's really trying to get rid of Nitro on this close angle. Slightly elevated for Nitro so we can see the bench position, but he won't be exposed to Slight's jiggles.
Yeah, there's the smoke as well. That completely isolates Slight, and he'll probably have to move away from bench, or excuse me, chair, in just a little bit. Bro, waiting beyond the smoke and window for anyone who might be adventurous enough to jump in. But Blue Jays, I mean, they have mid-control, quote-unquote, but there's still the player Cat that can be a threat. It's Nitro. OC from top of Ticket gets it over the top of the smoke, I believe, or perhaps just threw it onto Dare. And now he's looking for another one. Snav hiding behind the corner for now as a flashbang's tossed into ramp by OC for
Brilliant.
George to peer out. That's beautiful. And OC does even collect another one at con. This is going perfectly for NRG.
Yeah, I really like the fundamentals there. I'm pretty sure OC broke the smoke with his nades, and then he grabs the kill based off of Nitro's comms as well, because Nitro can't clearly see in towards connector, so he just gives the comm over, can be connector. OC takes the fight, and then he sets up the next play, which is so important. You can make one play, and you got to build on it. You got to continue that advantage there for NRG. And they realize and they recognize that, look, Blue Jays are playing so default in towards mid, because they tried to go A, it doesn't work. They've had success on a mid to B split when we've been on low weaponry. The only time we've really contested them in towards mid and fought for them all at once was when, hey, guess what? That's when Bro overstepped, but also there was another player conceded in towards middle. So really nice just design of a round there for NRG, especially in the mid round, just to keep building on the blocks of success early. They've now got no money here, Blue Jays. So NRG, it looks like they're going to reclaim the lead.
Perhaps. We never know anymore. But yeah, it looks like it for sure against the Glocks. And it's a nice setup. Nitro, okay, just whiffs the spray a little bit, but there's going to be a beautiful nade and a follow-up as well. And another one. No frags somehow. They're hanging on to life here, and Bro will snuff it out of them. Nitro. This is over, I think, for Cup and Freshie just can't get out. And there you have it. Nitro, the 2K, and that'll do it. I want to highlight a little bit more, OC there. You were talking about him setting up the play afterwards. OC's becoming a star player right now, or the star player for NRG. He kind of does it all. He does the fragging, got the AWP, he's got rifle work that he does as well. Sets up his players. He's a great setup man. He's the second one behind Nitro, who throws 0.84 per round, Nitro does, and OC throws 0.74 flashes per round. And I think success rate's actually better for OC in terms of players flash per round, 0.82. So, I mean, when you have him doing pretty much everything and playing the way he is, OC is a force to be reckoned with. And if you don't shut him down, you're in trouble.
He actually, going back to this VP comparison, it reminds me a lot of Icy, because of the way that Icy likes to play with his AWP. He's a lot more reserved, doesn't go for these opening fights, sets his teammates out of utility. The difference between OC and Icy right now is that OC's actually hitting his shots. That feels great for him. It's a mid to B. It's a slow creep. Nitro's completely isolated. Needs help from Bro. And there's no nade to break that smoke. And Nitro gets caught pants down. Now we've got this follow-up. Hex needs to hold first test of B to B anchor. And it works superbly. And guess who's here as well? It's OC over at back site. And he's just trading out all of his teammates. 2v1. He goes for the final kill, which feels a little bit brazen. But George is so far away. Snav, low HP, now picks up the AWP.
Oh, man.
Holding for this position. If George oversteps, he's a dead man. But he knows he can just wait for this audio. The bomb needs to be planted, and George might even have Snav on this cross.
We'll see if George gets visibility. No, Snav is going to get to the site safely, but, even though OC overstepped a bit, he did so much damage. 96 points of damage onto Snav with that 5-7. So it should be an easy finish for George. Now he knows Snav is towards B, so he can commit after that incendiary, or maybe just throw the smoke into it. Yeah, he just tosses the smoke, which could have been used for the post-plant, but he doesn't need it, because he's just going to frag Snav. That'll do it. 6-4 for NRG. That's 4 in a row as well.
He plays it so well, George. The fact that he's so patient, this goes back into what we spoke about. OC's died on site. You also know that OC's dinked him. So there you go. You've got the direct information, and then the additional information that gives you a context clue of what Snav's going to do. He's probably going to hold an angle with the AWP. He's going to scoop off OC's body. Bearing in mind, he's got a plant. So that's another audio cue. He throws the molly. That's another audio cue. And by George not doing anything, he completely takes control of the situation. He plays that superbly.
No, he really does. That's what George has brought to this team, honestly. It's incredible. NRG a year ago. Okay, well, that was close. George almost got his head taken off there. There's a solo AK brought out here. But I was going to say, a year ago, NRG were floundering. The roster wasn't really working out. As Fruit Cup's going to get a beautiful headshot on the Bro, and then a follow-up on George. Okay, I'm just going to forget my point right now. 3v3. The pistols are working. It leads to a bomb plant, and they still have that AK, Brandon.
They've got kits. They've got util for the CTs. But Gavin's just hit some bangers. So now we need to wait. OC's not, again, in a position to actually do too much, but at least he's locking one guy guaranteed in at default. Can be CT. That's the info. Two guys were last seen over towards stairs, and the follow-up is perfect. OC providing the coverage. The swing out. Freshie runs out of ammo. That's really not ideal, so Gavin needs to finish what he starts. Fruit Cup trying to swing. The defuse already locked in, and OC's providing the cover. Great retake for NRG, but it's the deagle from Fruit Cup that makes it dangerous.
Absolutely. That deagle was crazy from him. That led to the bomb plant and led to that whole situation. But OC, I mean, another feather in his cap, another compliment we're going to deal out to him, because honestly, it just shows the patience and poise that he has. Yes, he was a little over aggressive towards B, but in that situation, he knew he had to wait for his teammates. He's just holding the line from jungle. If anyone goes to his crosshair, he can take care of them. He signals that to his teammates, who charge it onto the bomb site, and lo and behold, they flush one out, and OC delivers the frag. After that, a trade comes through, but it's fantastic work in the end by OC once more, guarding his diffuser. So last round of the half, and already Bros found an opener.
Right, that's classic NRG. You win a few rounds in a row, and he just starts swinging everything. Bro's got that
It's true.
Danish confidence. Freshie trying to hit a timing on him, and it will be successful. And George gets punished as well. Bro is unprepared for that push. And suddenly, yet again, Blue Jays have got a bomb site, and it needs to be NRG to retake.
That's crazy after an opener as well. I mean, like, Bro is the one who loves to take those opening duels, but sometimes he's got to rein it in just a little bit, and that was one of those instances. He went out a little bit too far, tried to readjust, but Freshie timed it well to punish not only him, but Hex, who wasn't prepared for that assault, right? Because he's expecting Bro to have it. It is a very strong flank coming through from Hex.
Oh, Slight gets rid of OC. And Snap, you should be ready. You should be prepared for this flank. And Slight needs to get this trade. He can't do it. So Hex is activated, but his support has been removed. And now for Blue Jays, they know that Hex is in towards the ramp. It would be an unreal clutch. And maybe you just got one more player to get rid of. Fruit Cup backs off and then gets goaded into this fight. The spray's good, but it's not quite connecting out of Hex. Reload stuck. There's a kit as well. Time starts ticking. Time starts becoming an issue for the CT. Fruit Cup will swing. Can he confirm it? He's on the left-hand side. The spray's not good enough. And you can call that a 1v4 because Hex does everything.
That is gorgeous from Hex, from the flank to the frags to everything, isolating Fruit Cup so wonderfully. He even thinks ahead to his defusal, right? He throws the smoke down and says, okay, I don't know if I'm going to need this, but I am going to toss it down and then try to continue fighting Fruit Cup. A lot of players might have just charged that smoke and tried for the defusal immediately, but he wanted to apply more pressure and put Fruit Cup on notice and at least apply damage, and that's exactly what happens. Then he goes in and gets the hero defusal in the smoke. Absolutely brilliant from Hex. And that's the thing. Every single player on this NRG roster can pull off plays like that, but Hex in particular is something else to watch when he's found his rhythm in a round. So 8-4 for NRG, and that's actually quite the comeback, let's call it here, Brandon, because they were down 4-2 after Bro just pushed through mid in a situation where he should have been more passive, and then afterwards they recover. They get 6 in a row to close at the half.
Yeah, look, this actually bears so many similarities to that quarterfinal game yesterday that NRG played, where you take a look at it fundamentally, and they're the better team. You take a look at the macro that they're enforcing on the map, it's very good compared to Blue Jays, who are running default after default, and then they have to rely on trying to hit smoke timings to get kills. We've got a Fruit Cup double deek entry on A that doesn't net around, but again, individual brilliance prevailing over your standardized default, over the way that Blue Jays are just trying to operate. And as a result, NRG should always come out on top in this series, just based on what I'm watching in this first half. But it's going to take a massive effort, both from Fruit Cup, from Freshie, I guess the whole team, really. Snav, he was featured in the head-to-head. He's 4-12.
Yeah, he's usually way better on Mirage too. He's actually been their top performer, as we saw from the head-to-head, for quite some time. It's just when he slips, there's not really someone else who's been stepping up, at least as of late. It used to be Fruit Cup, but he's kind of been absent and missing in action for a little while as well. So things aren't really clicking as well as the Blue Jays would like. But yeah, talking about the other side for NRG, Brandon, I was saying like a year ago, things looked very worrisome for this squad. It wasn't working out for them. They made a few roster changes, and I think the key one was bringing in Nitro on July 4th. That was the big change that NRG made that started to push them in the right direction. And afterwards, the second one was George being acquired. Those two players changed the entire dynamic of this NRG roster and brought them to the form that you see today. Yes, Bro ended up being that finishing touch, right, where Breeze was replaced. But for me, it was George and Nitro who are the catalysts to the success of NRG that we're seeing today.
Yeah, Nitro's got to make sure this best of 3 is quick because he's got to go and scrim for his Valorant team straight after this. So
No.
Bless him. He came back. He made the right decision, right?
Yes, he did. Jeez, Brandon. Going after him there. No, I mean, that Valorant it's a game that exists. And some players made the choice to play that game. But I'm glad that some of them wised up and came back to Counter-Strike. Okay, I'm going to stop there as well. 1:25 on the clock here. We're going into the pistol round. NRG have full control. It's a full retake setup coming through from Blue Jays. Now they have to actually collect, and they do. Slight with 2. Lines them up, in fact. Hexton Bro gone. Finds himself a third. Slight was very quiet in that first half. Only 5 frags. He's already got more than half of that here in the pistol. George manages to only get 1, and that'll do it for the round. Slight the 4K.
Forgive me completely honest with you, I don't know how he got any of them because he missed like 4 bullets on the first guy who's not looking at him and stood still. But he recovered and he's able to get those 4 kills. You need your AWPer to be good with the pistols, and he was. The molly going into the corner, not ticking him, is the big egregious error there for NRG because they had all the space in towards A. They wanted to take jungle. That's what the plant was for as well. And their molly missed. It didn't go in towards that corner. Slight's able to overwhelm them because why on earth would they be expecting that? They're expecting the molly to flash out all those close angles. As a result of getting those 4 kills, he's got the AWP.
Yeah, it's a very early op out, and you don't want to lose it. And he's playing towards Cat, looking aggressively into mid. Maybe wants to pull off of that just a touch, and he will. Dare watching the apartments here, just smokes it. In fact, as NRG are taking their time, looking around top mid. They got a couple players already at the top mid boxes. A third will be joining them soon. That's going to be OC. And the buy-up's a little lighter than I expected. I thought they would deploy at least a couple of Galils off the bomb plant, but I guess the lack of fragging kind of hurt them in terms of the economy. Anyway, they're coming out here. They've still got a chance, but that's not going to help them with Fruit Cup getting a nice shot towards Cat.
There we go. Fruit Cup powering up. Things we love to see. We've got an SMG fight brewing as well with George and Freshy just in the corner. Yeah, it feels like we're shaping up to have NRG just go A. They've got no mid control. They've just been silenced there with Bro going down. So the only direct space they have is now in ramp and Palace, which means they have to go in towards this site. They're hoping that Freshy overextends, and he will give that luxury. George will punish, and now Fruit Cup's alone.
This is a problem. They're hitting the right site. As you mentioned, Fruit Cup by his lonesome hits a beautiful headshot, and the follow-up as well keeps hope more than alive. In fact, he made it a 3v2 as he fell, and now a 3v1 with Snap finishing what he started. George, the last one, he gets isolated by Dare. That's a fantastic play from Fruit Cup in a situation where, yes, you don't have the greatest weaponry for NRG, but they're coming on you, and they're going to come and get you if you do not get that big play, and he absolutely manages it. A 6th round comes through for Blue Jays, and, I mean, look, we talked about Fruit Cup needing to step up, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, Fruit Cup's target selection as well. He kills the guy that's flashing first, so he's not blind. And as a result, he can just claim all those kills. But there you go. It's another example of an individual stepping up. And it's exactly what the doctor ordered for Blue Jays. You've got to remind yourselves, though, that this exactly happened in that first half. And then
yes, it did.
NRG got the rifles out, and then they just started going on a tear. So we'll have to see how it happens when they've got all the AKs, when they've got all their util. But first, let's see this B-pop.
If it even becomes a B-pop, because Dare is just isolating everyone. Even when he's blinded, he's got himself a third. The pistol's doing nada. Dare on for the ace, but Fruit Cup steals it away from him. They don't care either way. They're going to get a 7th quite easily, but I agree with you, Brendan. You know, we're here now into the first gun round for NRG, and this is when things tend to get troubling for Blue Jays on any map up against NRG, is when those rifles start to come through. So it's going to be an important answer that they'll require of themselves here. It's technically a bonus round, quote unquote, but it's far more potent than bonuses usually are. Only the MP9 for Freshie. Everyone else has rifles. And of course, Slight has the AWP because of how much damage he did in that pistol round. Nice flashes out for NRG, and they're going to get only one off that. Nice trade from Freshie. OC does manage to get it right back, and then the follow-up hurts a lot. But I don't know what's happening here. I admit it's chaos here, Brandon. Slight gets one, but it turns into a 3v1 somehow for NRG. But you look at the health bars here. Not great if they were up against a rifler.
Yeah, well, they press tab and then they know. And look, Hex got this locked in. Unless Slight clears this corner directly or hits that flick decent. And now, what are the comms going to be like here for Blue Jays? Surely you know that they're low. Slight's being so loud about this, has to hit the adjustment, and instead just jumps around the corner to give Nitro the easiest kill of his life. Yeah, it felt like Blue Jays really wanted to fight mid there, and they were communicating that the players were low, which is why you've got all these players swinging without a flashbang, hoping to get a trade. They instead get headshot. And then that's why I've just made that comment about, well, what are the comms like? Because surely, as soon as Slight gets that kill, the next communication should be, they go in B, they're low. And then you go to the rifle, and then maybe you give yourself more of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, I guess, for him. He could have grabbed the rifle off Hex body, so I guess that was an option, right? But he chose not to and stayed with the op. Interesting decision-making, but as it stands, NRG do find themselves that first gun round. Of course, there's going to be a buy up here for the Blue Jays because the way that those first 2 rounds started, their money built up very, very quickly. So it's actually pretty much a full buy, if not, yeah, it is a full buy. Only one piece of utility missing for Snav, and I wouldn't even count that. So NRG going to have to do the same thing here. OC does have the AWP in his hands, 3 AKs, and the Galil. They're going to charge out towards mid. Maybe they want that mid control again, although Nitro throwing the bomb towards those B apartments might indicate a B finish here. We'll see what they decide on doing, but flashbangs out for mid as NRG do at least want to try and get control there. Pop of the smoke.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, my goodness. It was a good one.
How did that not break the smoke properly? It must have gone a little bit forward and landed it just in the window. That's unlucky. But I guess that's why, if you're the AWP, you break the smoke yourself. You know, it's always going to land properly. They're going to move out the window. They're going to have 3A. NRG playing a very slow round. They've got OC into a good position on towards short. And now they're just going to wait. Blue Jays gave them a bunch of mistakes in the previous round. I remember Freshie when he pushed forward in towards Palace or onto George. Sure, that wasn't a round that they won, but it was a mistake, an overstep. So NRG know that this is going to probably happen again. And they're making the right read here. Yeah,
Dare has been pretty decent on the B anchor position of this map, so we'll see if he can stand up to the test here up against 3 players. There's the first. Needs a follow-up, but can't get it. And he's alone, right? No one there to get the trades. Snav's there, but just a moment too late. Bomb site has been taken. 35 seconds left, but that's going to become irrelevant unless Snav makes an aggressive play here. And I don't think he's got a taste for it. In fact, given where everyone else is, this is already a save.
Right, I'm going to start to be critical now of NRG because look, I'm going to make it like a positive reinforcement sandwich. So the good news there is that we had some really good trades on B site. The bad news there is what on earth was that smoke in the middle of site that just doesn't go in towards the market window at all, that maybe lets a player out and can get some kills. And then we're going to have some good news again, which is OC does a really good job at holding to deny Fruit Cup doing anything out mid. He's also got the connector rotate on lock. So 2 good things for NRG, but that smoke was really questionable on B.
Yeah, it's a weird one, honestly. It creates more mayhem than it does control. I agree with you. Luckily for NRG, their mistake does not lead to anything too catastrophic. In fact, nothing at all. They don't lose any bodies off of it as Blue Jays decide to fade away. It will be 10-7 in favor of NRG, 3 rounds away from taking Blue Jays map pick away. which would be a very big problem for Blue Jays, as we've already kind of hammered home quite a few times here. Let's see if they've got what it takes into this round. It will still be a buy-up coming through, an op, 2 M4s, and 2 pistols. I shouldn't say a buy-up. They saved these guns over from the previous round, so it's actually an eco featuring 3 rifles.
All right, Slight. It's your time. You've got the AWP. What are you going to do with it? Again, NRG just go and establish this mid-control so early. George, as we spoke about last round, he knows this freshly pushes come in, and Bro has identified that there is an AWP over at B. So if you're NRG, you just pick up the bomb and you go A.
Yep. George, oh my god. Yeah, I'm surprised Blue Jays get aggressive into Palace in that situation because they maybe thought that the hit was still going to go B, but you have to imagine that once they hear that op, as you were saying, Brendan, they're going to rotate themselves into the A site. Now Blue Jays have the read, so they will be going with 3 players at CT, but no one really supporting from jungle. They realize that and say, okay, hold on a second. Fruitcup readjusting himself. And in fact, not even to get into jungle. He's just going to go back to the B site. Blue Jays are just absolutely confused as to where energy is going to end up. 31 seconds left on the clock. Okay. Oh,
That
okay.
works. Oh,
Wow.
amazing. How did that transpire in such a devastating manner? Oh, you still got Bro in towards Con. If he can get snabbed, the round is still on. Remember, you've got this player in towards Palace in Dare that is low HP, but now he's flanked all the way around. Fruit Cup is still here. Fruit Cup is over towards Triple. He picks up the AWP. He goes walking. Nitro's got no idea. And Dare's now making a flank. It's a great shot out of Fruit Cup, but Nitro trades immediately. But you're never going to be expecting Dare, who's now in towards Connector. Nitro's repositioned perfectly. He's holding for Palace, but his position also acts as a block for Connector. Dare starts walking. Nitro starts checking.
Oh my god.
And it's his intuition that wins the round for NRG from a position that looks so disgraceful to one that is just sheer elation. 11-7. Really? That's how you win that round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Fruit Cup frags Bro and then says, where is the other guy? Why he doesn't connect the dots and say, wait a second, someone was closer. There's no way that's the bomb planter that ran all the way to that corner immediately. So I think he might have overlooked where Nitro might have been, and that was, of course, to Nitro's benefit as he gets the instant trade. Now you have a 4-round cushion for NRG. Freshie pushing up into the smoke. Oh, he hears Nitro. He knows Nitro's at the boxes. That's huge information for Freshie. Not going to activate off of it just yet. In fact, more concerned towards T-spawn for some reason. Anyway, Dare is going to get one. There we go. Finally, Nitro collected by Freshie, but it might be too late. No, it's not. Slight wins the duel with Bro and with Hex. Bomb dropped as well. OC, it's up to him for the heroic, spamming through the smoke, but they catch him off from Cat. Blue Jays win the round.
There we go. Individuals again just prevailing, but this time it isn't a catastrophe. This time it isn't NRG being able to stomach some heroics and wrestle around back. It just works out perfectly. Really good pushing towards mid from Freshie this time. It is Palace pops aren't working, so instead he's going to relocate. He's going to be more useful in towards the middle of the map. That sets Slight up really well. 11-8, still a 3-round game. Money isn't amazing for NRG, but you still can go all in because you still got OC on the AWP. That's always that possibility, and it's Blue Jays that take the time out just to sort of settle the nerves. So that gives 30 seconds for NRG to formulate a game plan without using one of theirs.
All right, Energy are coming back here with the 2 AKs, the Galil, the Op, and Hex settling for the Tech 9 to try and get a little more util out, but that is the big problem for Energy in this round, utility. They only had 6 pieces of it. They've already deployed a couple, and that's 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash for an execute left for them. Freshie's getting adventurous, and he does win the fight up against George. Slight finds Bro, and this is quickly going the other way for NRG, but OC does get at least one back. Still a 4v3 for the Blue Jays, though.
It is the AWP you removed. But look at this from Dare. He's pushing. How's this timing for Hexed? Not great. Oh, wait. No. It's brilliant. Ah! Oh, my God. He has no idea. He had no idea. And Dare just takes the kill. And he says, see you later. You don't really want to be fighting OC here, so he drops that smoke, he backs off. That is unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Dareth was just trying to link up with OC and then walked out and said, oh no, this is bad, knife out and everything. And Dare delivers him his due rewards for making too much noise. Nitro and OC. Last two standing. They're going towards the A site that looks a little lightly defended, at least from the CT position, but that'll quickly change, you'd imagine. At least you'd hope for the Blue Jays with 35 seconds left. They've got that smoke. They got the Molotov. I think they're just going to go quietly here to try and find space into the site and just play contact. That's exactly what's happening. 24 seconds left. OC catches one. 22 seconds now. They have to hurry up. There's that smoke finally deployed after they find the frag, which is brilliant. Now, OC going to try and stick this bomb down. The spam's going to come through. You'd have to imagine it does, but it actually doesn't connect. Bomb plant is actually pretty good given the circumstances, but that was a full investment for NRG.
They're going to make this a one-round game, Blue Jays, because, yeah, as you said, full investment. They're not going to invest into this NRG. They're just going to take the half buy, try and make something stick. This A bomb site has proven to be very vulnerable, though, for Blue Jays, I will say. Even though you've got Fruit Cup on it, you are still losing a lot of pieces there. I cannot believe that Hexed and Dare are so close to each other. They've both got no idea. That's Counter-Strike timing in a nutshell, ladies and gents. But it does favour Blue Jays, it does favour that CT side, because if Dare falls there, that bomb site is open. Slight is now swinging for the fences. Now needs to be a little bit careful, because everyone's in mid for NRG.
Yeah, he's called that over on the comms and faded off completely. Absolutely need to be careful, especially in Opera against pistols that are charging towards you quickly. You can find yourself quickly into the dirt. So he makes the right choice. That said, NRG have slowed up the pace a little bit. They have mid control. They only have a smoke. And of course, those pistols to work with. There's a player lurking the apartments in George. So maybe they group up with him. That smoke will block off visibility from A to Cat. So perhaps that's the play. Oh no, that's bad news, isn't it? Yeah, you think so? I'm not sure if they got much visibility off the smoke pop, which was a little too shallow. As Snav is rotating around to see what's happening. Oh, Hex, he's got another flank. This time he's going to make no mistake of it with the P250. Grabs the rifle off the ground. I think he wants to probably throw that to one of his teammates because he's so low. But this round's quickly turning interesting for NRG. Freshie wins one duel, but not the second. Another gun dropped on the ground. Is Nitro's going to try and plant the bomb here? I think he will.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Can they win this? There's no way they win this, surely.
Yes, they can. They can.
There's two AWPs on the retake. Hang on a sec. And Slights missed his shot. Nitro's just removed him instantly. No. Blue Jays, you've worked so hard to get it back into this position. Nitro's surely dead. Hex on 1 HP. But George is alive and kicking. And no, Nitro gets another one. You can't be serious. Fruit Cup's going for a ninja whilst all of this is going on.
Oh.
George will provide the punish. And Blue Jays have been full eco'd.
No way. Just the Glocks coming through. A P250 as well. And that is catastrophic. Map-ending catastrophic for the Blue Jays, you'd think. Because look at their economy now. Yes, Dare has the op in his hands. I think he might just stick with it. Dare is pretty proficient with the op, so maybe he just has a good spawn to go for something. And Slights on the MP9. This is not good for the Blue Jays on a map pick that they absolutely need to find a way to get back into. It'll require overtime for them at this point. And NRG's got the full buy and utility to work with. That's crazy that they win that. I mean, it's fantastic work from Hex getting in on another flank and finding the gap in the defense, but that gap shouldn't have been there in the first place for the Blue Jays. Ay, ay, ay.
I can't believe it.
No,
I cannot believe we're at this point. Look what it's done to that money, by the way. MP9s, Famases, Fruit Cup's back on the Deagle. I mean, he's done some of his best work this map with a Deagle, which is either flattering or an insult, depending on which way you slice it. George, yet again, in Palace, but it's Dare that's removed with that AWP, heavy hitter weapon, completely neutralized. And now you see that molly coming into Palace. You know that there's players in Tetris. You know that there's one in ramp, and Bro catches a glimpse of one. They escape through the shadows of that smoke, but with OC getting rid of Slight, it's now one-dimensional, basically, for the Blue Jays. This is all said and done. Fruit Cup picks up the AWP, but Hex puts a bullet in his brain. NRG. It's over. Yeah, I was going to say, why hasn't the map ended? Why is the map not ended? There we go. What a conclusion that is. Fantastic. They won. I was like, I'm sure it was 12, man.
Yeah, I was like, I know I was bad at maths, but I didn't know I was that bad at maths to not realize it was 13 next. What an anticlimactic way to win the map, because it was such a hype end as well. Like the eco win, they clean up from there, but
and
yeah,
they win.
and it's over. I'm really scared now that that's like, oh, there's a CS update and it's broken the game for that to happen. But yeah, what a game from NRG, and I thought Blue Jays had him on the ropes there at the end, but yeah, really kind of horrific to be losing to an eco there. And I'm not sure how this works now. Do I send you guys off? Does it does it go away?
Mate.
Okay, well, thank you very much, guys. We'll see you on map 2. And yeah, okay, so how I wanted to come into this like kind of segment was I wanted to bring in what John especially was saying of like NRG, it feels like Mirage is the gap in their veto right now, and I completely agree. And I was gonna kind of talk about this pre-show in more of a negative light of NRG, but then I realized no, I'm not gonna do that, because how I was gonna phrase things was that NRG are making mistakes, and it's very evident. It's like people being caught off guard with utility in their hand because of miscommunication. Connectors smoke. Nitro's got a Molotov out on shore. 2 people walk up connector and no one's even expecting that to be a thing. But then I realized it's like, but they're still getting away with these rounds. Like you can see this is a gap in NRG's veto without a shadow of doubt. There's a lot of macro play they're not able to really. It's not cohesive. This retake from Hex is a perfect example, and I don't think that is as much a Mirage thing. It may be more of a systemic thing, but it's also this pistol round but that Hex clutch, we'll go back to it because it was a really interesting one where Hex gets this flank, but then his teammates go ahead of him and they die without him initiating the contact, and it feels a little bit messy. But then he still wins the round. And that's a very common theme that I was noticing with this NRG side on both the T and the CT side. And I think you'll find that Brandon picked up on a few times is like, there's these massive mistakes in these rounds. But then in this game, they're still winning it out. And I think the kind of the highlight of it all was that round there, was the full eco round where you have, for some reason, Snav just deciding not to look connector anymore, Slight also looking away from connector after confirmation of players being in connector, and then Hext walks up and gets a timing. And it's another one of these things where it's like, okay, sure, I guess NRG get away with it. But yeah, that map in general was NRG always on top though. Even despite it being like 11-9 in favor of NRG, it always felt like NRG were the team that was in the lead. And even though they were down, what, 4-2 at one stage, or sorry, 2-4, that was because of one round. And that was also a round that, if you feed that into my previous point of, it shows that the NRG aren't 100% on Mirage. It seems they don't quite have this map figured out. There's maybe communication issues. Maybe they haven't just gone over this map enough, but there's a lot of like small details that end up being exploited into bigger details. And the worry is that they then become systemic across other maps. So how I see NRG is they're a team that want to compete for literally tier 1, the best in the world. You know, they're going to Dallas, they're going to Pro League, they're going to the major. The mistakes they were making on Mirage, they're going to get away with it against Blue Jay. They're going to lose their short player and not have their connector player comm that they're smoked off, and Hector's going to get a multi-kill. They're going to be able to get these bomb downs in 2 versus 4s that they should never be able to ever have that happen. They're going to win clutches where they play it poorly, but their individual skill are going to put them on top. They're going to get away with that in North America and specifically against Blue Jays. But that's a real issue with I think, if I'm looking at NRG in the grander scheme of looking at them going into other tournaments, playing against those tier 1 teams, they're not going to be able to get away with that. But bringing it back to the game we have on hand, we were talking and narrating that this is the map for Blue Jays. I was saying, I think, is the writing already in the sand with Blue Jays in this series? Yes, certainly now after Mirage being lost. This was the one hope for Blue Jays, and the fact they've lost it, and also the fact that it didn't look competitive, and a 13-9 scoreline is incredibly misleading because that was not a competitive map. And the big reasons for that was because Snav, awful game. Probably the worst game I've ever watched him. He was in our head-to-head, and well, he did nothing, just for starters. And then secondly, he was the main reason why that eco round bloomed into a actual round that was won in the penultimate round. So you've got Snav not only just having an awful game, but literally being the reason why they lost the map. And then on top of that, you've got Slight. 15-15 is a fraudulent scoreline. I'm looking at that because apart from, I think, a 2K on the B bomb side on the CT side and that 4K on the pistol round, which they weren't looking at him, he did nothing. He got, I think, like 3 AWP kills the whole map, and none of them were ever in an effective manner. And then you compare that to OC, where, okay, the kills, 15-17. Ooh, OC only got 2 more kills than Sly. But it was a completely different story. OC had way more impact than Slight did, and we weren't saying that OC had to step up in this game because we just kind of knew the level he was going to provide and also the support he's going to have from the other players. We were saying more so that Slight has to step up, and he did not. And that's really disappointing for me to see because I don't get to watch much North America, but for me, Slight was one of the people that I saw, I want to say 2 years ago in the original wildcard roster that came through this very Thunderpick World Championship North America. They beat like the best teams in the world, and Slight was the guy that was just better than everyone. And I did like a 2-hour interview with Horvey, their coach at the time, and he was saying like, yeah, Slight is the guy that we hope he doesn't get poached from our team because he's the guy that's going to bring us to the next level. And now I'm sitting here and he's not able to contend against the best in North America. And that's very disappointing for me to see. And then when we combine that back in with going on to Dust 2, you haven't got Slight playing well. You haven't got Snav playing well. You end Mirage on the dumpster's not on fire. The dumpster's exploded after that eco win, and despite NRG making these mistakes, making these blunders that should normally be taken advantage of, they're not being taken advantage of. I'm going on to Dust 2 and I'm thinking, how many rounds is Blue Jay going to get? I think I can count them on one hand. So with that in mind, we're going to throw it to a short break, and when you come back, Dust 2 will be on your screens. Welcome back to Map 2 in our first semi-final here in the Thunderpick World Championship North American Edition Series 1. Mirage up first. That was the map pick of Blue Jays, and we painted a picture saying that if they lost that map, that was kind of their salvation, right? And then they can maybe try and work the series from there, but they lost it. Brandon, do you think there's any hope for Blue Jays?
Well, you painted a pretty damning picture, and to be honest, I agree with you. I think the scoreline was a bit flattering for Blue Jays on Mirage. I felt like they just won some crucial rounds that broke economy in both the first and the second half. And Dust 2, I think, is going to be more of a challenge for them.
Well, let's see if that challenge does hold up because the game is live. Lads, I'll be leaving you. Enjoy, and let's see if it can be pushed to a third.
Yeah, I mean, jumping into this here, Brandon, I don't want to make it worse for the Blue Jays, but
Do it.
Energy have won 14 times in a row now on Dust 2, and Blue Jays have been their victim twice throughout that run. There is some good news. There's a little bit of a silver lining here for Blue Jays. The last loss for Energy was against the Blue Jays 14 maps ago here on this map. So maybe Energy, or I should say the Blue Jays, can come back and end the win streak too.
How you feeling about this, by the way? It's NRG's map pick, and Blue Jays say, do you know what? We want T-side to kick things off.
That, it's funny. I was just having this conversation the other day on another broadcast about like starting on the least favored side. And I mean, Dust 2 is pretty 50-50. It does have, maybe you could argue a T lean, but mostly CT side, I would say, has the advantage out of most halves that we've seen. So I don't know. This is a weird one.
They're really trying to sell the idea that they want to go A here, but it's actually just all a little bit of a fake. And if you get past George, that's the first obstacle. Hex is still elevated with these dual Berettas, and Bro is taking immediate first contact. There's the setup, there's the swing on the dualies, and that's the bomb drop. But Fruit Cup has banged out 2 on B, and he's even followed up with a 3rd on Nitro. This round has escalated far beyond NRG's control, and I need to wrestle it back on this retake.
Wow. OC could get one here. Oh, no, he looks the wrong way, and Snav will catch him off. Blindsided by the clock. George comes out with 2. What's happening? Slade also unnoticed at 2 HP. He just walked in from double doors, collected 2 scalps, faked the defusal, so Slade has to come check it, and George plays it to perfection. 2 huge swings in the round, and George, well, he gets the last one and the last laugh. 1-0 for NRG.
Oh my goodness me. And that is just George taking matters into his own hands. He starts off the round with a 1-tap over at long, and he goes to B, and he just cleans up the mess that Fruit Cup had thrown all over the floor. Massive round from George. He starts off both pistols in the maps with a 4K. He got a 4K on the dualies on Mirage, and now he's just won a mega clutch against Blue Jays. That sends them scrambling. They will force into this, and OC just removes Slight instantaneously.
That's a beautiful shot. OC made that look way too easy, as he does oftentimes. Misses Freshy jumping in towards Dark. Now Freshy's going to run away from that, but OC's going to be under pressure here. Connects on the tag. The nade toss as well. Luckily for Snav, he walks away from that angle because he was dead to rights if he continued moving forward. OC has mid on lockdown pretty much. I'm surprised to see the Blue Jays even try to challenge this, and OC's backed away. It is Dare coming out. Could win this fight. And just takes a bunch of damage, although he does deal the same, but it's more of a disadvantage here for the Blue Jays. Now they have 2 players on notice.
Should be pretty easy to clean this one up. Although it is inherently a 2vx on the A site, but OC is just tagging them even further down. This should soften them up for Nitro, but he goes swinging to his doom. Snav, Dare, still low. You still got this player in George coming over to support, and he just deletes Dare instantly. And he even gets rid of Snav for good measure. Freshy's now last alive. It is over, you would feel, unless he hits some banging shots, but can't get by that MP9. George is 7-0.
My God. George already on an absolute tear into this one. He played really well on Mirage, but coming to this one, he's already leading the charge for his squad. Sure, it's only 2 rounds in, but Blue Jays picked, I think they picked T side because NRG statistically are worse on CT side in terms of their round win percentage, even though it's not that crazy. It's not bad or anything egregious. It's 56.6%, which is actually good. But then when you look at their T side round win percentage, they win 70.8% of their T rounds. It is ludicrous how strong they are on that side. So maybe that was why Blue Jays decided for this, but so far, not good.
Wow.
Bro sprays 3 down and makes it look way too easy. And doesn't get the 4th, but the damage is done and they can't retrieve the gun. There's just no safe haven for them to go out towards that position. Ay.
Look, this was just an eco, but it is still... Oh. It's still nice to see Bro just clean up and get a free K. The fact that he's tried to break the smoke to reveal where they are if they're scaling in towards short to give that advanced info for his team, and instead they all just run firstly into his nade and then into him. Easy cleanup. AWP dropped as well for OC. Everything is all fine and dandy for NRG. Here's the real test now that Blue Jays have got everything equipped. There's a glass cannon AWP for Slight as well.
.135 on the clock here. First chance for Blue Jays to strike. OC's waiting, holding the line at Cat, and he may have company soon. I'd imagine a flashbang there. There it is. So OC can't really activate. He will immediately dip down in towards CT, tosses the incendiary, and they throw a good nade. Actually, that's a really smart nade for Energy to throw because usually Opera's just going to hold that spot a little bit longer. Unluckily for them, OC backed off more towards long than CT. And now he's holding from Car in a very aggressive spot. I think he's on top of Car right now.
They're very committed into the short take. For NRG, they've not contested upper tunnels controls. They're very much in the dark about this. So if Blue Jays go now, this would be a really sensible decision because Nitro can't easily come and help out OC. OC, in theory, is the only line of defense, and these double smokes are going to block him off completely, which has set NRG up for a retake.
Nitro spraying down Dare. Good trade from Freshie. The trades continue to come through, but now it's heavily favoring NRG. At least Fruit Cup gets one back. Time is a factor, and they've lost the bomb, which is a bigger deal. Can they get the bomb back or even contest this round any further? You'd have to imagine the answer might be no. 17 seconds left. They're just looking to try and clear out B, but I think they've kind of given up on the round. It's a weird situation here for Blue Jays. Maybe just trying to find safe haven. I imagine that's the plan to keep these guns alive. They lose one and it's only Slight.
Yeah, I understand the idea to a certain extent, but then I don't at the same time. So what Blue Jays are doing here is they're trying to fake out that it's going to be a short exec and they're going to jump in towards CT. The issue is that you've not put any pressure on anywhere else on the map, and therefore you've not moved NRG's default. If they went and committed behind those smokes in towards short and up on the A site, that would have been the correct play. And the reason why you know it's the correct play is because you're not altering their structure at all before putting yourself in a position to go mid to B. So you can't throw a fake like that when you've got no info on what the setup actually looks like. Because Nitro just gets a free kill and then they're all just shoved in towards mid, in towards a free player lane.
Yeah, not to mention losing the bomb in that situation, then you're just kind of fish out of water. Seemingly unsure what to do were the Blue Jays once that all went down. Do keep the AWP up in Slight's hands, but that's gone. OC made sure of that, and the other two players are pushed up, so they have to try and fade back to get the AWP. Snab only gets one as OC collects him as well. And OC, actually didn't get that last one onto Dare. Nice shot from Dare, in fact, to make it at least somewhat possible for for Blue Jays to get back into this. But look where George is. He should have a free one here. Timing favoring Fruit Cup for a moment. Then he decides to poke his head out again and takes a bunch of damage. So this is quickly going from bad to worse for Blue Jays.
Oh, Hex is always... Well, he's had this double B support for so long. He's doing such a good job of just keeping his util. So 50 seconds left on the clock as the B anchor to still have his smoke up. Because again, this is still an eco round, but we're still talking about the fact that no pressure has really been set on any extremity here for Blue Jays. It just means that he can smoke it off. He completely ruins the plans that Blue Jays wants to try and accomplish here. Even with low HP, you feel like Dare's just going to be saving for the whole time, and Fruit Cup's going to just be a sacrificial lamb to enable that AWP save. But with 20 seconds left, the break on the smoke will completely assure NRG that he's not going for this round. You can maybe hunt this if you want to. I mean, it's unlikely considering their money is more valuable than getting rid of an AWP, considering that Slight hasn't really found too much success with it. As long as they walk back in towards mid here, NRG, and scoop up the AWP, which George has already done for OC, the round's fine.
Yeah. Good to go for NRG. 5-0. Round maybe got a little shaky at the midway mark. Quickly calmed down and controlled. George still hasn't died. We'll see how long that lasts, though, because the guns are out again for the Blue Jays. 4 AKs and the AWP. That AWP was, of course, saved over, and I think that's the right decision for Dare to make in that circumstance. There's Bro. Gonna toss that util up top mid. That's an incendiary, and he's already into lower tons. I don't think he was spotted. No, he was not. No one was really towards top mid to see him get into this position, so it could be a difference maker, especially with the op crossfire that he's got with him. Good flashbang thrown. Lots of pressure being applied onto the Blue Jays once they move in towards this double doors position. That mid, great flashbang coming through from Snav, but Fruit Cup goes down in the trade thanks to a nice shot from OC, and George waiting at Longhouse. Oh my goodness, he's got a fight coming right into his hand. Shadow advantage and everything, and that will make it a 4v3, could be even a 4v2 soon if they keep engaging with George. In fact, well, at least Snav wins that fight. That's some good news. They get some long control as well off of that.
Here's the important fight right here, the Nitro one, on towards the AWP of Slight. Slight pushing by himself in towards short feels so risky, and yeah, he gets pushed off the angle. Hex can outswings, but Slight hits a quick shot. That's really important. OC back on the line, hits that trade, and now Nitro set up to deal with these players if OC doesn't get to them first. Dare is on such low HP, so Nitro can just slide into the corner. He'll let OC play first, and with 35 seconds left, you can all but just assume that Dare is going to go down here. Nitro's even just sitting in the molly to guarantee the kill. NRG are pixel perfect.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there was impatience there from the Blue Jays either. They had the smoke, they had the opportunity. Maybe they're thinking, okay, maybe we can catch OC off, who's been an absolute nightmare for them to deal with without the smoke. I think the better play would have been just throw the smoke down, cross over, get that bomb plant, or at least set yourselves up for maybe a favorable fight with Nitro. Because if that Molotov comes through and you have 2 players up, then it's a lot more difficult for Nitro to survive that. A lot of weird plays coming through from the Blue Jays here in the early goings, but, you know, let's see what they can do now that they've got the guns once more in their hands. 3 AKs, the Galil, the Deagle. Great nade. NRG continue to pour it on. Nitro off the flash. Can't get anything. Neither can George. Fruit Cup, big play. OC continues to be strong, but he could get overloaded here, and he is. Fruit Cup, a 3K. Now they'll move in for a sure plant, you'd imagine, over on A.
You look, Bro's even naded before they've even got to sight. But it's the right idea. Here we go again with the nades, and it's not going to do any damage because they're not there. They're taking their time. And now this is going to be the moment that Hexter and Bro call this off. I'm surprised that that works as well as it did out long, because they weren't really throwing any flashbangs there, Blue Jays. Instead, it was NRG throwing in the counter flashbangs. One was playing anti-Fruit Cups, dodged it, and he just annihilates them. OC in such a committed angle didn't expect the rifles to fall so easily. Means that he has to just fight to his death and can only grab one. It's simple, but it's effective for Blue Jays. It's Route 1 Counter-Strike at its finest. They say the only place we've been able to get a kill recently is long. We'll go back there with manpower, and it works out pretty perfectly.
So a round for the Blue Jays. By hook or by crook, they found their way here. Thing is, economy is still pretty good for NRG. Won't have the AWP, but I can't... Oh, excuse me, they do have the AWP. I take it back. That has been brought over into this round. So OC will get the op. They have the AK as well. and the 3 A1Ss to work off of. And on the Blue Jays side, will they finally have full util and full guns up and running? They will be tested again, though. They need to find another answer, and I imagine that NRG are going to pull off that aggression towards long a little bit this round. They do. Still the util comes out, but they don't decide to go for that 3-man peak, at least not early. And as I say that, they are taking the space once more. Pop flashes out. Molotov for bin. I think they are under the impression that somebody got out there. That's a great opener from Dare towards mid. OC completely eliminated. George does get the trade on Freshie, and Hex is still here on the B side. He's been some good work anchoring down this site, but Bro manages to get one through the smoke onto Vegeta. Snab the trade. Back and forth we go again. 2v2. Hex a huge spot, and he loses the fight. Fruit Cup, another big round for him. It's not over yet.
No, it's not. Fruit Cup needs to get in the window, though, and George pulls out a molly because he thinks Fruit Cup hasn't scaled that far. He thinks he's close. He's anything but. 2v1. You know how dangerous George is. You know he's already won a retake on this side of the map. You don't want to give him opportunities. He picks up a kit off the floor, and that assures him that he will potentially give this one a go. Molly's great. That pushes Slight straight into the fight, but George's crosshairs a little bit off the mark. With time now ticking even further, he's going to fall back. You assume he's going to pick up this AWP that's been left on the floor. Can he get rid of these players in the meanwhile? Yes, he can, but not that prized possession of the sniper rifle. Blue Jays go back to back, and Slight will retain his AWP.
For a second, I thought George was going to miss that click on the off and stay behind too long, but he's all good. Yeah, that's great work from George. Even if he doesn't win the round, he gets a couple of frags, like you mentioned, and does the damage. Almost finds himself the third, but the crosshair slipped away. He got in a close fight with Slight there, like you were saying, and into the window, where he throws a perfect Molotov, but can't quite collect the frag that he needs, that he set himself up for. So that really does lead to the save being called still. NRG have that 4-round lead. They are going to call a timeout to talk things over. What do they do around the op? Do they force it? Do they wait and go for an eco instead? A half buy perhaps? Loss bonus sitting at 2,400 for the next round. A lot to discuss. We'll see what decision they decide to make.
I don't think the macro of that round for NRG was wrong either. I think Hex had to make a decision. He smokes off tunnels. He then goes and plays with his team. So if you can cut off one section of that mid to B split, it makes your life way easier. And it's also making sure that he's not a redundant piece in the mid to B puzzle if he's just holding the tunnels smoke and the guy doesn't come out tunnels. So I really like the decision he's made there, just further emphasizing how good of an anchor player Hex is. But it's unfortunate that they get destroyed by Fruit Cup in back-to-back rounds because, again, the design of the rounds for NRG have been correct.
And what happens when Fruit Cup isn't getting those frags, too? Well, that said, Dare had a great opener in the previous one. We can't forget about that onto OC. And now they're going to walk out to B and really no challenge at all because the pistols were on B. The rifles were not. And that means that it's probably an immediate save being called here by NRG. That said, Freshie's waiting a good spot to punish, but not the right angle. He's got his back turned to the mid angle, and that will lead to an instant frag. Actually, that's not too bad. AK picked up. OC, you do not have to fight this at all, sir. You can just run away with your AWP, and he realizes that. The problem is he's giving away information, so they're going to come looking. And they fade into the pit. Do NRG.
How is Freshie just not aware that they can be mid?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, mate. You're just giving George an AK. One of the scariest sentences in North American Counter-Strike right now. But fair play to Blue Jays, because this was, what, 6-0, and now it's 6-3. Yes. You've got Freshie going 1-8, and you're still doing this. I still don't remember Slight firing off an AWP shot yet, and he's had the AWP a considerable amount of time. So now we're hoping that because he's kept and he's diamond hands his investment of the AWP for quite a while, that it can now be put to good use. And in fact, he's thrown it over to Dare.
Yeah, this is just spawn-based, right?
Yeah.
Because Dare is sitting right towards long, so they're going to go for the long peak for sure. They're going to set him up with the flashbang and see if they can find that opening frag. But every round, NRG's had 3 players here, so it's a little troubling, I would say. Oh, missed utility could help out Blue Jays' chances, actually. George hitting the wall with his incendiary makes things a little more comfortable. There's that incendiary for blue box in case someone slipped through, but no one did. And Blue Jays will fade off. So I imagine the op, yep, it's already back in Slight's hands. Blue Jays resetting.
Good decision here. Just George putting down a re-smoker at long, and then again, look at how it's flexed up. Nitro, he's immediately on his bike, holding middle. OC's got the short cross. It's exactly the same sort of round we saw. Do you remember when Blue Jays did that double smoke exec and then dropped onto mid to B? And it comes back into the same conversation of you need to put pressure somewhere on the map because you've got to disrupt this default. Maybe it leads to this Freshie and George encounter at long.
George is waiting. They have to hard clear this corner. And with OC up front, they won't. They're so focused on an OC that George probably has a freebie if Blue Jays decide to come out in here, and they do. There's one trade comes through, but it's still that man advantage in favor of NRG, and OC's been pretty much a lock with the AWP when he's had space to work with. And there you go. Again, on to Snav. Makes it a two-man edge.
And look at this from
And
Hex.
look at this. Yeah, yeah.
Timing's so brutal as well for Fruit Cup because he's looked at it, he's looked back at it, he even gave it a third time. He looks both ways before crossing down the stairs towards lower, and exactly when he looks away is when Hex pushes. Great timing on that push as well because he's done it as OC's taken contact, so he knows the player in lower tunnels is probably going to move at that point if he's lurking. So a really, again, clever round from NRG. I know Freddy, I think, will be a bit happier with how NRG are playing Dust 2 because it looks a lot more comprehensive than Mirage did.
Yeah, which has been the case, honestly, and we've been talking about it for a while on NRG. They just don't look comfortable on Mirage.
What are you doing? Like, respectfully,
I don't
what
know.
are you doing?
Freshie. Well, he's trying. He's trying to make something happen, I guess. And things have not been going the Blue Jays' way, aside from that 3-round win streak. Even then, you know, they had their shaky moments. And here, oh my goodness, this flashbang is going to come through from Nitro. He doesn't have a flash, actually. So George is going to go out here with Nitro and hope to find a player looking in the right spot. Gun is spotted. George has the frag. 5v3 in favor of NRG, who continue to take space out to mid. Snav is waiting here now. Snav gets one, but he's immediately traded. This is just not good for the Blue Jays. Yes, they've done some damage onto Bro here towards this B site, but this is madness. How is this turned into a 1v1, Brandon?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh my
here's the
god.
spot.
Slight. This is a mess. This is a complete disaster. I have no idea how this is a 1v1. This should not be a 1v1. This should be 8-3 easy mode. Instead, Slight gives it a little bit of a conversation. Bro, hot on the pursuit, immediately up short, drops the molly to make Slight doubt, and right.
Oh.
He somehow got away from that, but Bro's got the smoke up. He can just defuse in it, surely. No, it's planted on top. Oh,
I
never
don't think
mind.
Slight has
He's good.
visibility.
Oh. It's fine.
He's still-
I
he
don't.
didn't-
That was this whole round was a mess.
Hard to break it down, really, given the way it went through. That was a weird smoke. The plant spot wasn't perfect, right? I think you want to have it a little further back and into the center to force the CT to jump up, but either way, it does end up being 8-3 for NRG in a round that is just one to forget, I think, for both sides on the server. 12th round of play now. Thanks to the bomb plant, Blue Jays will still have enough. Go ahead, Brandon.
I don't really know what to make of that, to be honest, mate. That was a round of Counter-Strike.
Yep.
But the team who should have won did win. So I suppose that's the right way to look at it. Does it matter how you got there? Yeah, but we'll just gloss over it. Opening kill again for OC, 14-6. Oh,
jeez, man.
see you later, Snav. He's been unplayable in moments on this Dust 2.
All right, OC continues to collect bodies here. And, well, it's all NRG in this round. 5v1 in favor of NRG. Freshie, the last one standing. And no longer, I would imagine, because he's obviously been spotted out. Everyone's barreling down towards him. He does get one, but there it is. Nitro will find the last, and NRG with a 9-3 lead on their CT side, which is technically their weaker side of Mirage. Now they go to their strong side. This is going from bad to worse for the Blue Jays. One thing I want to mention, though, we see OC's record, right? 16-6 right now, a 3K in that round. He has been so good on Dust 2. His Dust 2 stats over the last 3 months, 84.4 ADR for an Opper is really solid. 1.33 impact, 1.34 rating, and a 95 firepower rating. He has been a key piece to NRG's success on this map.
This is why I was saying and kind of calling for him as well on Mirage, because his the best performing player for NRG and Mirage is also OC. So
Yes.
you're going into a world of trouble, really, if you're Blue Jays, especially not getting that Mirage over the line. We always knew that this is probably the way Dust 2 was going to go. They got more rounds on it than they did last time when they played, so that's good. Difficulty is now maintaining that, because remember, Blue Jays elected to start on that T side, and they got 3 rounds. And as you say, this is NRG's better side now that they're just being equipped to deal with. You win the pistol. I mean, if it already wasn't series over, it absolutely will be.
Well, Blue Jays managed to make some noise in the beginning of the half on our first half and second half of Mirage. Maybe they can do it here with a pistol round victory. Certainly wouldn't be easy, even with the round here. Dare, waiting at long. Lots of long presence for NRG coming through. 4 players here, the bomb as well. And in fact, the bomb carrier, which is Nitros, is going to be the one setting up the util, as
Look
usual.
At Bro's just up short. And he's
They're
just being
watching,
really
right?
loud. Yeah, this is really cool. So he's just brought all the pressure over. You got to clear out both Fruit Cup and Dare. And Dare's looking for a player that hasn't crossed. But it's okay, because Fruit Cup, yet again, is providing meaningful impact for Blue Jays. Bro on low HP, hasn't got the bomb. But at least has got dual Berettas. Snav low. But Fruit Cup could be on for the ace here.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of, well, not a lot. These 3 rounds are because of individual efforts from Fruit Cup, right? That Blue Jays have got, could be 4 here. The problem is when Fruit Cup goes down, there's really no second line of defense or offense in the first half that Blue Jays have to offer. So we'll see. It is just pistol round. Bro's been spotted, so this one should be over. I think Fruit Cup maybe got a miscomm there from Snav. It looked like he wanted to jump on his head, but it doesn't work out.
As long as they don't move, they'll be fine. Because one of these guys is going to left click once. Oh my god.
Are they?
Yes, it's fine. Everything's good. Fruit Cup doesn't get his ace, but he does get Blue Jays another round. And you're right. All of the rounds that have been won for Blue Jays have been Fruit Cup single-handedly.
Yep. I mean, 15 frags, right? Almost all of those, or a majority of them, coming in those 4-round victories that the Blue Jays have had. So we'll see here. NRG, you know, I've seen teams forcing up without getting bomb plant on T side quite often, in fact, in a lot of recent matches. But this time there's really no rush to do it. You're up 9-4, 5-round lead. This one might go down by the wayside, which means only a 4-round lead. But still, you'd rather have those AKs up and get a sure thing in terms of a buy-up.
No, not again. No. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again, NRG. Slight snap deny. Everything is okay. I got PTSD.
It's okay. Yeah, that one was for a second when you heard the dinker, like, oh, it's crazy. And I agree, but then it quickly gets under control. I think the position was just too strong from the Blue Jays. They were getting really aggressive. Those long players activated, and NRG were just bottled up before they could really activate it all. And that was a 5th round for the Blue Jays. No eco round scares here, Brandon. At least not yet. 4 AKs.
Yippee.
And the glint. Yes, that's what we're celebrating now. That's okay.
Well, like this, double lowers push with the nade thrown in to sort of push them more in towards this fight. And, a good molly from NRG. There'll be one back in rebuttal, so no one can really have a fight in towards lower, but they both are aware that they're there, and Dare just swings by himself. Great nade back out of Snav, will at least trade out onto George. So many players are just confined in towards the tunnels here, and Slight thinks better of it and gets out of dodge.
That Molotov is chasing him down. Heat seeking. Nice toss. So Slate has to back off here to a more passive angle. Doesn't take much damage from the Molotov. Now he's thinking about going back in. No, he just wants to get into Cubby, right? Doesn't want to get back into mid here. That would be kind of crazy. Almost suicide. Pops the smoke. Nitro gets another one on Snav. Where was that? Was that long? Yeah, that's long.
Oh, they're touching each other. Yeah, Slight's aware. Great awareness to get rid of Bro. Has been lurking quite a lot on this T side. Bomb gets thrown over so the plant can be enforced. It is a 3-on-3, but there are no defuse kits for this retake, unless there's one on the floor somewhere for Blue Jays, but I can't see one being scooped up.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. They've got the money, right? So they're going to try moving in. There's a good incendiary. Good chance. Good space gain. Nitro wins one fight. Fresh to the immediate trade. OC and Nitro are in a bit of trouble. And now it's all down to OC. In fact, he's been so good throughout the entirety of the map. Now the bomb going to get smoked. He's tapping away, trying to find that diffuser. Can he get him before the bomb is defused? He can! OC, the 1v2 clutch, doing it all here on Dust 2. 19 frags on the board and 10 for his team.
Huge, because you really didn't think he was going to get that defuse over. Had to hit the headshot, had to be immediate, and he finds it with delicate little taps through the smoke. That puts a big dent in Blue Jays' hopes of coming back into this map. Suddenly all the drops are acquired here for NRG. You've got a full array of AKs and Galils. Again, this double lower push, but NRG are ready for it. They saw it last round.
Yeah, you can't keep deploying that. NRG are quick to adapt. And it could be a third player joining them here. Maybe they just want to get aggressive outside of upper tunnels in towards T-spawn. Yeah, 3 players upper tunnels. That's a huge commitment, right? Especially if NRG managed to crack through at long. You're in a bit of trouble.
This is all weirdly misinfo as well, because Slight's now cleared everything, which means you need to clear this left-hand side, and Hex punishes Freshie. You have heard a second AK ring out as well. And last time, there was space out long. The Blue Jays have provided good cover for this. It's Fruit Cup and Snav again. And suddenly Dare swings back in to deal with Bro. This round completely collapses on its face from a very good reposition out of Blue Jays, to be fair to them, because Nitro identified that gap in long in the previous. This time they plug it.
Yeah, no, honestly, that fell apart really quickly. I thought they had control on the NRG side, and still 46 seconds left, but OC's only trying to do damage at this stage, yeah? I figure they didn't expect 3 players on the upper tunnels, and who would, honestly, as OC does eventually get blindsided by Snav. So great round for the Blue Jays to pick up. At least they keep themselves in the conversation. But it's still 10-6. Money-wise, not great for NRG. They will be on an eco in this round. Bro probably just going to full save. You see him at 3.2k. You might be like, oh, upgrade the pistol. No, they want to try and get that op up as soon as possible. And looking at the loss bonus of 2400, I think they will be able to do so. Yeah, should be able to. And then someone will drop for Bro. That is the plan going to the next round, and as it should be, because OC has really been that potent with the AWP, not just here, but in all of those wins, that 14 map win streak that NRG have right here on Dust 2.
Well, he needs some help, to be fair, because George, look, it says he's got 16 kills, but he hasn't actually had a kill in quite a while. The majority of those came, he was 7-0, right? In the first 2 rounds. So we need something a little bit more to help out OC. Maybe it can just be another one of these eco rounds. M4 scooped up player, now suffering. Slight's also been overwhelmed, and we're going to get another full eco.
Yeah, that happening once in a series is bad enough, but twice? That's the death blow, I would say, for the Blue Jays. Goodness me, just the Glocks this time coming out. I'm not even sure there was a pistol upgrade to be seen.
There wasn't. It was all 5 Glocks.
Jeez. I mean, what more can you say?
You've been out-orped by a Glock. Not ideal. Well, there's the support. We did ask for it, and it comes at a very similar moment to when it did on Mirage. This has now even more dramatic consequences for Blue Jays. If they can't win this round, I mean, look at the money they're going to have on first stage loss bonus. you pretty much write it off. That one round could spell GG in the elimination from the tournament for Blue Jays.
Ooh, all right, well, they're going to invest into it. They've got an AK saved over, an AWP as well, and they got the FAMAS, the M4, and the 5.7 around that. Let's see if it's enough. Energy just trying to bulldoze out long. They've got long control. Great flashbang thrown by Fruit Cup for his teammate. That leads to Snav getting 2, in fact. Trade finally comes through. That's a 4v3 edge for the Blue Jays, and Fruit Cup's going to try and move around this smoke. The nade connects with him, but he continues his trek forward. Not spotted! Hits the spray on 1, but it's messy, so he can't transfer for more. 3v2, but will be a 3v1 with Slight connecting on that shot. Bro, very little chance, but does get 1 before he himself is traded by Freshie. So Blue Jays do manage to salvage another round here, but it's still a 4-round lead for NRG.
I'm not even ruling out of energy of any future rounds either, because look, let's be honest, whatever they want to do, I feel like they can get away with. I rate the idea. They feel like they're not going to have all of the utility here at NRG, so they go, look, let's go long. Let's try and take this fight, but Snav gets 2 important kills when it matters, and that player lurking late was the remedy to that problem. 11-7, NRG, this time not feeling any pressure in towards lowers. It could just be a B burst. Fortunately, Freshie and Dare are sort of set up for success here.
Couple of smokes for NRG. I would imagine these are going to be lined up for window and double doors if they go B, but that is not yet a foregone conclusion. Could try for the mid explode they had previously, and this is surprising from the Blue Jays. I don't know what the read is or what might have tipped them off, but both B players coming off the site is concerning, especially if NRG execute into B.
Well,
but for now, it's not happening, and they might have the right read.
Yeah, and look, you've got Fruit Cup that pushed long, and he doesn't overextend. It's going to be a lurk smoke to entice them in, but Blue Jays don't bite. It will be this mid to B play again, and this worked out really successfully last time. This time, it might not. Break on the CT smoke. Someone's got to trade. Someone has to trade. Hex is doing all the damage. The B bomb site is opened up. Flashbang brilliant through the CT smoke. And now the bomb's on an island. Hex has to do it all and can't manage it, but Bro will hit that trade. And somehow, some way, we are in a 1 versus 1, but Fruit Cup's on a really quick flank in tunnels.
It's amazing what NRG have been able to do with such limited buy-ups. And right here, they win it again. Bro sprays down Fruit Cup. He goes down low in health. Only 6 points remaining, but it is enough to get NRG their 12th. It's 2 light buys, right? Over the last 2 wins. One was not even a buy. That was just Glocks coming through and upsetting Blue Jays. This time, they invested in a couple of rifles and managed to pull off another round victory just off the same play too, going into mid, throwing the smoke, getting the trade immediately, and then moving their way towards the B site. Yes, there was more fight from the Blue Jays this time and a good smoke pop, but outside of that, you know, you need more than that from the Blue Jays. You need a round victory.
I don't know how you lose these rounds. You have the right reads. You have literally the right reads. You molly into tunnels and you have 3 players in towards mid. You get a break on the CT smoker as well, and you just can't trade even though you're together. It wasn't even a few rifles. And it was one. It was one Galil from Hexed, and he gets 3 kills off the back of it, and then Bro's able to scoop up an M4 off a body. Like, this is a disaster, and I'm not being funny with you. If you lose 1 Felico in a series, yeah, sure, whatever, but the fact you lose ineffective 3 of them, you do not deserve to win this series. You deserve to be eliminated, because this is a joke now.
I think there were 2 rifles at the beginning, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's see what they can do here. Nothing at all. George and Pro. I got to be honest here, Brandon. I do agree with you that losing 2 ecos throughout a series, full ecos, is just unacceptable if you want to be competitive. Snav and Slight, last 2 standing. Slight gets 2 with the MP9. Okay. Force by finally collecting here for the Blue Jays, and they win that round. Yeah, that's the one they come out with.
Why has Nitro got the bomb in mid? Like, that's the big... egregious one. NRG lose both full buys after winning the ecos. As Freddy's so just typed to me, and he's so right. And now we go into this where they're going to have to Felico again. And you know what? They're probably going to win it off this Felico. So let's just watch. Surely this can't happen again.
Given the trend, this would be the round they win. Going long doesn't feel like the good play here, though. Yeah, it's not. They lose 4 bodies, and it will only be Nitro left. That is more the way things should go. Nitro doesn't really have a path out. He's lost the bomb. There's a nade that's going to do damage against him. There's another one. This round's over. Right? Right? What?
Get owned.
I feel scared to say a round is over, just the way things are going.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, man. I got ballsy there. Well, either way, NRG still have 3 opportunities to close this one out. They are back on their guns. The eco did not yield them a round victory for the first time over the last 3 ecos, which is crazy to say.
If we keep up the trend, right, and we say, look, Blue Jays were always going to win those full buys, if they had won both the ecos, they would be winning the game 11-10.
That's crazy to think.
Instead, it is 12-9. Overtime is still a possibility, that's for sure. Great molly in towards short, but Slight is jumping to get that forward info that these players are coming in from lower. They're looking to do it again, John. They're looking to push and force the issue. Flashbang's really good. The trades are even better out of NRG. Nitro is still here as well. That nade doesn't land cleanly onto Bro. He's still alive.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I know Blue Jays are good aimers, but you don't want to... Okay, good job by Fruit Cup. I was gonna say, maybe not going aggressive would be the right choice, but I guess I'm wrong again. Aggression works for Blue Jays. 2 players get caught out. NRG the last one standing. Excuse me, OC the last one standing for NRG. 1v3. Doesn't have the bomb. Doesn't have any map control. And only has a couple of flashbangs. Maybe there's some util on the ground. I do see a Molotov sitting on the ground right in front of him. But as it stands, I think he just wants to save what he's got for the next round. And now, you mentioned overtime. Yeah, that becomes a very realistic possibility, which feels a little weird to me that it is, given the way Blue Jays have lost some of these rounds. But NRG have been a little sloppy in their own right. And OC decides to abandon the save, goes for the fight, and loses the gun.
Now you got a half buy, and presuming Blue Jays can get by this, they've got 1 full buy that separates them from overtime on map 2. I was ready to rule them out. I think everyone was, to be honest, especially the manner of some of these rounds that have been won. But Snav stepped up, Fruit Cup's remaining to be consistent. This even with Dara and Freshy having just not enough impact. But NRG, there isn't a real clear design in some of these rounds. It feels like Nitro's repeating some calls. If the mid to B doesn't work, they're just going to go out long. And then if the long doesn't work, they're going to go back to mid to B. We've not seen a short take from NRG. We've not seen a B exec from NRG. There's a lot of different options here that you could employ. What are you going to call Nitro to give you that 13th round and that series win?
I mean, both of their mid to Bs actually did work on the eco, so I would say go back to that. It's a slow approach they usually take in these rounds, and then they go with the smoke for CT. They got 4 smokes this time. And it looks like a similar setup to that previous eco, like I was talking about. So let's see how it pans out for them this time. Nade goes out, no damage at all on that nade from Dare. Spams the smoke, uses an entire mag. Okay. Feels like they don't want to get caught in the mid fight either, right? You see them playing 3 players towards the B site. Very passive. Well, you wanted to go short, Brendan. Looks like they might.
No, it's the short control as a fake to then go back in towards B, maybe. No, they're going to commit to it, I think. It's a good decision if they commit to short. It's the same game state that Blue Jays had in that first gun round, where you've actually not done enough, again, to disrupt the default. They're so paranoid about B. Little do NRG know if they go into short right now, it's probably the better story.
This is a B play. It's a B finish. Trying to catch rotations off, and it would have been way better to go A. They still get the frag on Freshy, though. Dare behind the box gets 2 before he's wiped out. Fruit Cup on the side has to be big for his squad again. He will be. 3K for Fruit Cup. They lean on his shoulder, and he provides the firepower. 11 rounds for Blue Jays. We are 1 round away from overtime here on Dust 2, which Blue Jays have pushed NRG to before, but not for a victory. That was a loss by, I believe, a scoreline of 12 to 16. Still have to get there, and it will take this last round. I agree with you. I don't know why they're so scared of short, why they're so hesitant to actually make the play there. If they had, I think NRG would have had a much better chance at winning the round. In fact, isolating only one player on the site would have been fantastic for them.
Yeah.
But right here, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially when they've been conditioning this mid to be so much. Like, it's not obvious that Blue Jays are going to have 3B, but it's obvious that short is the gap. So it's surprising to me that NRG don't commit into that fight, but I guess what they're assuming is, oh, we've put enough noise in towards short, that will be enough for Blue Jays to react. They didn't. And now they might go in towards this short exec, but there's 3 here. There's 3 strong on A.
Yeah, this time I'm not sure if this is the call. They'll have to win a couple of duels, you'd imagine, to get onto this site. They will be committing. Here comes the smoke. That's for that's for the box, so they'll have some cover as they approach the site. Do they realize the player's ramp? Do they know he's there? They don't! Snap gets 2. George finds the trade, though. All hope is not lost for NRG in preventing overtime just yet. And now even more so! 2 frags come right on through. It is a 2v2. Blue Jays, where are Fruit Cup and Freshie? They are on the periphery here. Freshie is towards CT, and then Fruit Cup at long. Fruit Cup has been so important for them here, Brandon. Maybe he can find one more clutch.
You know the other guy's CT, because you're just seeing all these nades being poured in. Freshie's just dropping all of them, and that's to his downfall. He's dropping all the util to give Fruit Cup the space, and now Fruit Cup's seen George jump off, but where's that second player? Where on earth has OC got to? Time ticking, now a burden for Fruit Cup. Has to try and defuse, has to try and get rid of these 2 players. There's the first, but time ticking, he doesn't buy it, OC, he doesn't pick, and it's done. It's over. NRG will weather the storm, and Blue Jays will not find overtime, and NRG will eliminate them and progress to the grand final.
I mean, it took a while. It definitely took a while, considering that 2 of the last 3 rounds that NRG won were full ecos, but they couldn't quite get it over the line with the gun rounds. I feel like that was another map that the scoreline was maybe just a little bit deceiving. I don't think that was really a 13-11. That felt very one-sided in favor of NRG up until like the last 3 rounds, if that. But with that in mind, that is NRG through to the grand finals, and they are fighting for that one coveted spot in the Thunderpick World Championship. But boys, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you. I'm going to be saying hello to you in about an hour's time. So fans at home, if you really enjoy JRT and B-Dog, I know, hard to believe. But Wildcard and Legacy, the next semi-finals will be going live in about an hour's time. So us 3 will be back for that. But for now, guys, go get something to eat, go get some water, and I'll be taking now the fans through this, I guess, map 2 and also the series as a whole. So again, a big thank you to B-Dog and GLT, and I apologize for just unnecessarily flaming you guys. But NRG, CT side, is there really much to say? This was a super one-sided affair, and it was kicked off by George winning like a 1v3, a 1v2. You had OC playing out of his mind on the AWP when it came to the gun rounds, and I think that was also a big difference between him and Slight, was that OC was just winning on the AWP. I am saying that watching him get killed to ecos, but I swear he did have a really good map. And I think what NRG did really well on the CT side was mixing up the pace really well. I think in a lot of their earlier rounds, they were playing more on the bomb sites. They were playing more of the standard Dust 2 defaults. But then when they got into the later stages of the round, that's when they started throwing in the aggression. That's when they started changing up the pace, and it was really catching Blue Jays off guard. But before we get to the later stages of that first half, we've got to talk about the 3 rounds that Blue Jays were able to get. And even though they were really good, it leads into the whole deceiving point, right? Because those 3 rounds were cupcake. We are living in Cupcake's world. Oh, sorry, Cupcake? Fruit Cup. For some reason I had cupcake in my head, but yeah, we're living in Fruit Cup's world. NRG got Fruit Cupped in those 3 rounds, well, 2 and then the eco. But what was really interesting in those rounds was that I didn't even think NRG played that badly. Especially the first one when they went to go retake long. Fruit Cup just kind of annihilated them as they were flashing in. Like, they did the right play. He just was dodging the flashbangs really well. And I think that was, to me, very telling of like, okay, the only way Blue Jays are able to get any rounds was Fruit Cup. Because at this time, Snav wasn't really fragging out. Snav started picking up the pace in the second half, and that's when we started to see things actually getting a little bit contestable, was because not only was Fruit Cup still continuing to get really good results, such as that pistol round 4K and subsequently helping end off the game, but also Snav was stepping up, and he was the player that we mentioned in our head-to-head originally against OC, that he was the player to watch out for this Blue Jay side. And on Mirage, he was how do I put this, crap. So on Dust 2, he was significantly better, and that's why we got to a position where Blue Jays started to get competitive, but it was just far too little too late. And it's crazy to me, it's actually just diabolical to me that you can lose 2 ecos in the space of 3 rounds. Like, how does that happen? How do you lose? Like, the first one was literally a full eco as well, and then the second one, sure, there was a hero Galil, maybe, but even then, like, bro won a 1v1 at the end with no armor and caught out of position. And yeah, NRG did seriously close out did struggle to close out that map. It just always felt like they were in the lead. They had a great CT side. Sure, they struggled to get momentum on the T side, but the fact they're winning 2 full ecos out of the 4 they need, they needed 4 rounds in the second half, and 2 of them, half of their rounds, was from full ecos. So I think that really shows that, like, NRG were just a better team. And realistically, we came into this game being like, we want to expect good things from Blue Jays because they're teetering on the edge of like tier 1.5, tier 1 North America. They're a team that want to believe that they're able to play at the heights of the tier 1 North American scene. But results like this show that is not possible as of now. And I think a point JRT brought up during the map 1 was the removal of Wolfie or Wolf and the addition of Dare. And to me, this is like 1 step backwards, 2 step forward. I don't know who it was actually, but it was one of the Blue Jays players on Twitter kind of just put everything on the wall and was like, oh, he's the best player, but he doesn't VOD review and baits. So it's like, this is what I mean by, maybe it's a step back because you immediately lose your fragging potential, but then it's a step forward, 2 steps forward in the future because you get more consistency with a very touted player in the North American region. And I think there was a lot of gaps for Blue Jay. I think they're struggling with Dare immediately. You can see by their results, they were not able to make it to the major. They lost to NRG, doing pretty poorly, I think, in other North American events. I think not making the grand finals in this, despite it being a loss to NRG, is again kind of like a asterisk over the Blue Jays name. But for NRG, this is a continuation of their dominance in North America, leading into the likes of IM Dallas, the Blast Major, and Pro League. But there's very clear things when we look at this NRG roster, like winning 2 ecos but not being able to win the gun rounds afterwards, and their T side on Dust 2, despite them now winning 15 maps in a row, looking pretty bad. And on Mirage, all of these very small, obvious mistakes, but they were able to recuperate because they just had better aim, and Blue Jays couldn't they couldn't pounce on the opportunity that was given towards them. When we look at NRG, they probably are the favorites to be winning the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 North American Series 1 to get them into the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 close qualifier to play up against the best teams in Europe for a chance to play LAN in St. Julian's in Malta. But I think when they do play up against now these best teams in the world, I think these glaring issues are going to become Okay, the issues that are not so glaring now are going to become very glaring when they play against those teams. So I'm really excited to see the future of NRG. I would consider this a very good victory, but with the asterisks over it being it wasn't super clean, and I think they're going to know that. Despite it being 2-0, the scoreline was deceiving though, because they always kind of had the lead, and it just felt like they should have closed out these maps a lot quicker. But as all things are said and done, they're through to the grand finals, which will be tomorrow at at 1:30 CET. Don't know what it is for North American times. However, we need to put an opponent in the grand finals against them. Wildcard versus Legacy will be on your screens in basically exactly an hour, and whoever wins that will be testing their mettle against arguably the best team in North America right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in around about an hour. As I mentioned, Wildcard Legacy, and we'll be right back soon. We've already put one team in the grand finals within touching distance of the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifier. Now time to see who will face up against them. Wildcard versus Legacy. We've got the North American roster versus the South American. Welcome back, guys. I hope you had a good break. I had a great break. I overcorrected my North American intake. I felt like I was getting a bit too much, so I had jack potatoes and baked beans just to make sure I really truly knew I was British. But how are you guys doing? How was your break, Brandon?
Yeah, it was good. I didn't do too much.
Your mic's doing the thing.
My mic's
by the way.
doing the thing.
Yeah.
You know what?
Anyway, so I'm going to shut Brandon up and we're going to go to John. How was your break?
No, it was good. It was good. Just got to relax a little bit, getting ready for this match. And, just abandoning Brandon there. But anyway, Wildcard Legacy, this one should be, I'd say, a little bit spicy because we haven't seen it for 9 months, this matchup, and Legacy's having some disappointments lately. Wildcard, sort of, some hiccups here and there, but they did make the major versus Legacy not making the major.
This is truly going to be a scintillating game of Counter-Strike, and I hear that B-Dog is back with us. Brandon, Wildcard Legacy, I feel like John set it up quite perfectly that this is going to be a closer game. I think this is probably the closest game outside of what we're going to see in the grand finals, right?
Yeah, it should be. It really should be. I've got a lot of hope for this Legacy team, but they're just not realizing the potential that I feel like everyone knows that they've got. It's just results haven't really been going their way, and you add the addition of Lux, you add more experience to this team, and you feel like it should be clicking in the right direction, and for whatever reason they are just stumbling right over the finish line. It's such a shame because I really like this team. They've been around for so long and they've been sticking together as a core for such a long period of time. It shows how much faith they've got in this, and like I really like the idea of like Lato and Dumao just finding some success. They did it feels like forever ago with Cold Zero at the major, and now we're here where they're struggling to qualify again, and it's a real shame because I want to see more out of Lato, out of Dumao, these guys that are performing so consistently for this team. Sadsin's been a little bit hit and miss, but over the last month or so he's been pretty decent, and as I said previously, Lux I feel like should add a lot to this team, and it's just not hitting the same, and it's a shame because I really want it to.
It's very interesting you mentioned that, because Legacy have been very good at like the regional qualifiers in South America. They qualify for Dallas, they qualify for Bucharest, did all right at Bucharest in itself, didn't qualify for the major, and I think some people would regard this though as a good first half of the year. John, which side of the plate are you? Are you kind of joining with Brandon of like you're looking for a little bit more, or are you maybe a little bit with me where like I'm seeing the progression and I think it's actually a step in the right direction?
I maybe I'm stuck in the middle because I definitely see the progression, but I also see the hiccups. Yeah, I'm sitting on the fence a little bit, but I won't sit on the fence in their performance in Challenger League. It was not acceptable for the squad that they brought to that lower bracket final, I should say. They were up against a noun squad that 2 players were no longer playing with them anymore. Just they were playing it out for the remainder of the playoffs because the rosters were locked, and they couldn't come through and win in that match. And a lot of the reason why was, Lato was doing well, Dumao as well, but they need that third piece. You need someone else to step up. And Sadzine, who Brandon mentioned, has looked good, relatively good over the last month in that series. He was invisible throughout the entirety of it. And I mean invisible, no impact at all, able to be found, maybe on a couple of rounds here or there. But he's one of those players that needs to be there to support with the AWP. If he's not present, then things get a lot more difficult and they lose matches where they really shouldn't be.
It feels like Dumao and Lato are kind of the ever consistent pieces, and it's just kind of like, does Lux or Sadzine step up and push this team over the edge? But I think it's definitely fair to say Legacy haven't maybe looked like their true self since not qualifying for the Blast Major, but this is exactly how they get themselves on track. Regardless, though, this is not going to be an easy matchup because they are playing up against Wildcard, who at the end of last year, coming into this year, I think they were, from my perspective, seen as the best team in North America, apart from Complexity, or even competing for that spot. Brandon, this is going to be a hard matchup for Legacy, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think Wildcard have gone from strength to strength, actually. And it's funny because you mentioned all the events that Legacy have played in, and some of those are much higher caliber than the ones that Wildcard have competed at. But I've seen better progression out of Wildcard in these first few months than I have out of Legacy, which is a weird thing to say, but it actually just makes a lot of sense. I really enjoyed watching Wildcard play against European teams. And the thing is that when I watch them play against European teams, I expect them to be at a certain level. I don't expect that for Legacy. I expect Legacy to come into it and give a good show, and I expect Wildcard to win some of those best of threes. I think they got unlucky in the CCT Global Finals. I really think like they could have beaten Heroic. When I covered them there, I felt like they were really having a step in the right direction. And now they've made the major. Now they're looking to make the Thunderpick close qualifiers. The thing is, if Legacy are able to, for example, go on and win the semi-final and the final, I don't have much stock in them actually doing much in the closed qualifiers. But if Wildcard get through, I start getting excited because I think they can actually do some damage against European opposition. That's where I draw the line.
So, John, do you see that level that Brandon's talking about, that level of like a higher class? Do you think that's just going to come out and show and be the difference maker in this best of three?
Absolutely. No, I've always been a wildcard fan since the beginning, honestly. And I've been seeing the progression exactly as Brandon has, a team that can actually go toe to toe with some of the tier 2, tier 1.5 European teams. And that's fantastic. We haven't seen that in quite some time from multiple North American teams. Now we have, wildcard, we have complexity, we have NRG, all three of those teams that look like they could take that step up, but wildcard leads the pack. They're the ones at the top. So there have been some rumors lately, right, of Peeping joining the roster, maybe even Junior as well. I don't know if that's even true. It's just rumors again. Personally, I think that, Fuzi and Susp have really done a great job as part of this roster. That's when Wildcard really started to climb the rankings well, when they were added to it. But I think it might be more about, hey, for the VRS, we want to be a North American team. And that might be what's pulling them towards maybe Peeping, perhaps. Peeping's fantastic, by the way. He's one of the top riflers in North America right now. So I don't think that's a downgrade at all. I just think it's unfortunate for probably Susp, who will be on the chopping block just because of that reason.
Not a topic of conversation I want to go into, but if people are maybe a little bit confused why a team located in North America cannot compete in North American VRS events, it's all very weird, but basically the VRS invite system works off your nationality and your residency. So if you have lived somewhere for 5 years or whatever, not where you are currently located. And it's actually the issue that someone like Fisher College is having, where therefore European players, even though they're located in America, they're counted as a European team. Don't want to get into that conversation, just kind of clearing it up for anyone that might be confused as to why Wildcard are wanting to then go to 3 NA and not 2 NA and the Wildcard invites. But with it all said and done, we head to the veto. Brandon, talk me through this. Where do we sit with this?
Yeah, it's pretty much the expected veto, to be honest. I mean, it's a strong map hit Inferno for both Wildcard and Legacy, but Legacy were always going to go here. Nuke has been the first pick for Wildcard throughout. The majority of the best threes have been playing this calendar year, so there's no real surprises, and I wouldn't have expected a different veto at all.
So even though this might be a bit of expected veto, is like, if this veto is expected, kind of teams picking into their let's say like strong suits, where do we set ourselves now that we know the veto, John? Do we think, because we've been talking a big game for Wildcard, where does this veto then sit with like prediction wise, and where we think we're going to see this game go?
I would still lean Wildcard, honestly, because they're strong on all three maps. So I don't think they have much to really be concerned about map-wise. It's just down to the performances. And when you look at, toe-to-toe for all these players, and we're going to see the head-to-head here between Fuzi and Lato, Fuzi, the Opper, leads the charge here for the wildcard side, 1.21 rating versus Lato 1.20. I mean, Lato's been incredible for them. I've seen some brilliant plays coming through from him, but that's more on the NA level. Now you're looking at wildcard, who, yes, they're an NA team, but I think that they're closer to tier, they're definitely tier 1 NA, but they're closer to tier 1.5 in Europe than all the other teams that Legacy have played recently. So I think it's going to be a huge challenge for them to step up to the plate.
It was actually really interesting with Wildcard and as we're looking at Fuzi, because when Wildcard had their successes at the major, it wasn't actually necessarily Fuzi that was playing so well. He's been playing really well recently. It's normally the likes of like maybe someone like Susp that comes in. So Brandon, do you think Wildcard just have that more consistent depth that maybe Legacy don't necessarily have, as we've been speaking about like Lux and Salazin sometimes disappearing?
Yeah, it's exactly the point that John said, and I think it's more actually exaggerated by this head-to-head. The fact that it is latter will do Mao or bust for Legacy, and I feel like you got to have a consistent floor. Actually, features quite a lot of the Blue Jays NRG narrative, where you've got Wildcard, where any one of these players can really step up or just kind of put Stan to the side there, but he's been fragging pretty well recently as well. But it's like Jaber can take over a game, Sus can take over a game, Fuzi can take over a game. Sonic is really dependable in his roles. He's always going to be reliable. And then, so that's 4 players I've listed off right there. Then you go Legacy, Dumao, Lato, question mark.
Yes.
That's kind of the big issue, isn't it? It's the question mark of like, we know Lux and Sadzin can be good. They've showed they can be good, and they are definitely going to have to step up now. We were mentioning different best of threes in ESL Challenger that they lost because of those players not stepping up. Now against a significantly better opponent, can they book themselves a spot in the grand finals and a chance to qualify for the Thunderpick World Championship qualifier? Well, we're going to be finding out, because map 1, Inferno, is going live.
Yeah, jumping into things here. No, I mean, like, just to kind of hammer the point home between Lato and Dumao, they definitely are players that have to step up, right? And Dumao's had some huge moments that I've seen recently, like absolutely ludicrous stuff that he's been able to pull off, but they need that supporting cast. Without it, yeah.
We are live. All right.
Yeah,
Sonic's just got a death. It's just, don't worry about it, guys. He DC'd them reconnected. We'll fix the HUD at some point, but everything's fine. You're right. Like, it's one of those where you need a big moment out of them. Susp is looking to challenge on Banana. You've also got Sonic that's been dinked down a bit. So these Glocks have got one-shot headshot potential range. There's one of the mollies being utilized for Legacy, trying to aid them some Banana control. All roads point to B, and Susp now gets wins that there's 2 players very close to him.
Legacy not committing yet. Taking their time. They've got two smokes, a flash and a Molotov. There goes one smoke, so you have to imagine that... Oh, airburst Molly's not going to help them. Thing is, this is a fake. They are faking it. On pistol, they are faking it. They're not going to commit. I thought they were fully committed, and Dumao getting a frag there is going to help. It's still working out. I mean, going quite well for them. JBA, can he do something? No. Jumping Glock headshot by Nissim leaves Fuzi on an island with 8 HP and probably dead. There it is. Pistol round goes Legacy. Yeah,
this is something I've actually been watching Legacy do quite a lot, and it's this very big recency bias here. I'm not going to pretend like I've been watching Legacy for donkey's years, because I haven't. But what I will say is that when I've been watching them over the last couple of weeks, they are overcomplicating the mid-round a lot.
Yes.
And the fact that we've even now got a fake here on the pistol, the point where like the molly doesn't work, and sure, they get all the kills, it's fine. But that is something that Stan will read into quite quickly. That's the tendency that Legacy are going to have. And you can see that potentially shaping up to be a disaster, because you've got players that do not rotate for wildcards. So that's just something to keep your eye on early. It's cool that it's come up in the pistol, because it just means we've now got a reference point for the rest of the series. But yeah, that's maybe why we're having a little bit of inconsistencies as well from some of the players on Legacy. The fact that the plan gets changed so much and gets overcomplicated, where I feel like definitely players like Nissim, players like Lux would benefit from just a simpler style of calling. And I really want Lux to play well now that he's got this opportunity in Legacy, because I remember before he joined Pain, he was unbelievable on Fluxo. Like, he was so good, so consistent. I was talking about this guy in such high regard, and I was like, look, he needs a jump to a bigger roster. He got that with Pain, and he did okay, and then he fell off a little bit. Ever since he got that move, his confidence is just gone completely. And I think these complications in the mid-round definitely do not help with that.
No, and it's not just you, I'd say, Brandon. In that announced matchup I talked about, they lost in the ECL playoffs. they were overthinking things there too, making some overcomplicated plays, looking unsure in where they wanted to go in a lot of the rounds, and ending up just in a situation that was unfavorable at the end of it. That time it works out for them, but I think simplicity is often the answer for a lot of teams when they're not having the greatest results, and we'll see what happens here for them. Sadzine going to get the opener onto Fuzi. This is the force buy for Wildcard. Sus, can he do the damage? Yes, but Dumal's down to 1 HP and still walks away from the fight. So damage and no frag is not the greatest news for Wildcard. We'll see if they can rebuff this attempted A hit.
At least Sonic is here, and he's trying to set up stand, but it's Lux that gets the kill, and Nissim is there for the quick trade. Good work out of Legacy, and it feels like Crisis definitely has been averted, despite 3 players being tantalizingly low. Maybe Sus can walk away with a Mac 10 here at best. I doubt Lux is going to give up his life to give over a Galil. So good start, 'cause this is the force buy for Wildcard. The smoke missed a little bit towards top banana, but it still nearly enabled them to get some kills. Stan was based in perfectly by Sonic, but it is good clearing and good diligence from Legacy. And the last thing I want to touch on, just to bolt onto your point as well, is where you've got players where individually they should be relying, I think, a lot of confidence on their mechanical ability. I look to someone like Nissim. I look to Lux. It's like let's just call a simpler game here, guys. Let's just not overcomplicate it, because the sooner you get these players in positions where they can gain you space and rip headshots, the easier it will be for Legacy.
Absolutely. They've got that potential to be on the level of a Wildcard. So I think they just have to realize it. And we'll see if they manage to do that. Again, maybe more to Grimmy's point earlier on, that they are potentially a team that's on the way up. Maybe Lux needs a little more time to cook on this squad. But I still need to see more personally until I'm convinced of that. Anyway, we're very early on in this one. Some good signs. We need more from Legacy. Wildcard did manage to save 1 gun out of that previous round. It's JBA's MP9, and it's quickly gone. He's deleted, and so is the rest of his team. This is as expected for Legacy.
You know what, even though we sort of talked about the complications of Legacy, we're talking about the potential that they can be there. In a weird way, I actually think they're going to win this series. I don't know why. It's just gut reaction. I think if they do it, though, they have to do it in 2. I feel like if it goes 3 maps, then you're struggling a little bit, and I feel like Stan will be able to get it over the line. And I couldn't honestly tell you why I'm feeling that way. Just complete gut feeling. I just think they're going to win. If they win, it has to be 2-0, though.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. Wildcard. Well, they do lose the first one here. We'll see if your gut feeling is right. You're technically seeing some good mechanics coming out of Legacy. So that's a good sign for them. But look at here. Sonic is going to get the response onto Dumao. He takes a lot of damage for it, but Lux is already down to 37. So technically, HP pretty even overall on the last 4 players on each side. JBA sees that nade fly through. Waiting on the rooftop of Porch. There is a player tucked into Boiler. JBA was ready to respond, but now he's giving away his information there as to his positioning, but the smoke will go up, and it won't really matter that they have that information at this stage.
Yeah, Legacy are deploying all of these smokes to almost use as a tunnel to cut off this map control. So Nissim's now smoked short really deep just to peek in towards top brackets. No one's peeking him long. Okay, perfect. So that means that Wildcard have got no info. So now you just immediately go into this play. The danger is when the smoke fades, JBA can just swing and clear, and then suddenly you can get a rotate on the way. Stan needs to hold. That flashbang was really good, but there's a counter in play as well, and Sonic just rushes through. The first responder on the scene through the smoke, and suddenly there's no life left here for Legacy. It's a good pickup for Nissim, but they know exactly where he is now. And the 1v4 feels really limited.
It really does, and that's fantastic work from Sonic and Stanislaw, who gets the final frag as well. Honestly, even staying alive in that situation is crazy. Gets the first one, and then the counter util you mentioned. That's what's key. It allows Stan to fade off. Both players are flashed, but Stan uses his muscle memory, realizing where he is on the map, and then goes away and tucks himself into the bomb site and allows the reinforcements, Sonic, to take over. And that's when the 2K is lined up, and Wildcard get their first round on the board. So Legacy tried to pierce through that B site, but could not get past that duo. Now, we'll see if Legacy have a response in this next one. That was technically the bonus round that came through. It's still the SMGs in the mix. Now it's the AKs that are out. JVA already charging into Boiler pretty aggressively, throwing that Molotov up to keep anyone that might be there at bay, but no one is in the vicinity. It is the banana duel that's happening round after round for Legacy. Look at Sus, the aggression! Doesn't get anything out of it, though, and no trades in sight either.
You see this a lot out of Susp, actually, against domestic opponents, compared to when he plays against EU. He'll just swing. He will just get really aggressive, and he'll try and take the fight.
Yeah.
And that has come back to cost him. He's 0-5, kicking things off. Fuzi 0-4, and Freddy picked up a really good point there. He had an AWP Fuzi, but he didn't retrieve it right at the end of the round. So there's no AWP here for Wildcard in round 5. Legacy put good pressure on top Banana, then they rotate in towards top brackets. It's a classic case of Inferno syndrome, where you need to take these 2 primary zones.
ABA gets nothing at all. Lato with a beautiful shot, and that's the round. That is the round. Wildcard are going to fade off into the B site for a save. Legacy with an immediate response there, which is great to see from them. And look at the 2 players that make it happen, right? It's Lato and Dumao. Those are the 2 we highlighted. And I mean, sometimes they don't need that support in order to make things happen in some of the rounds, but eventually it's going to start to matter for the rest. We'll see if they can shine as well on the rest of the squad. Dumao gets 1 onto Stan in the latter parts of the round. But yeah, you're talking about Sus, but I mean, he takes a lot of opening duels, right? He wants to open up that space on his squad. 29.7% of the attempts, which is far and beyond above anyone else. And then has a 49.8% success rate, 1.16 rating, which is the top of the team for the rating anyway, as well. So he's doing a good job getting those opening duels, usually getting damage done. But I agree with you, a little too aggressive in regional competition, and that's what costs him right there. Oh no, Fuzi. Oh no, that's rough.
That is not ideal. Really, really not ideal. Because now we're compounding the issue of the fact that there was no AWP for Fuzi, now there's no rifle for Fuzi. Wildcard are taking a timeout because they won 1 round, then they've lost 1, their money's immediately been reset. Legacy are in complete control of this first half, and for Wildcard, you need to play a little bit more passive on Banana, because you're walking into Legacy's nades, you're walking into their setup, you're giving these opening kills really freely. And because you're being really aggro at Banana, Legacy know you're going to be quite passive on top middle. So they're just taking all that space for free. There needs to be sort of this even tug of war for this map control. Because currently, if you're just going headstrong in towards Banana and you're getting the opening kill all the time, guess what? You're not going to win many rounds on the CT side.
Legacy on their T side have a 66.3% win percentage in terms of T rounds won, which is excellent. Pretty similar for Wildcard on their T side, but the CT side is notably worse for Wildcard. 48.5% of the rounds won versus, well, we'll get back to that. Dumao's going to get an opener here on to JBA. And looking to get more. Okay, do we have a moment? Yes. Okay, so win percentage for CT side of Legacy is 57.7%. So decidedly Legacy, I would say, at least statistically, are the better team on this map, or at least the one that's more comfortable. But competition has been different as well, I would say. Anyway. 6th round of play. 1:13 on the clock. Legacy 2-1-2 split. Trying to charge in towards the B site. B site feels like it could be Final Destination, but maybe that's just a fake that they're deploying. Yeah.
This is a really nice pace of a round here for Legacy, because you take the control early, you wait for the aggression, now you wait for the aggression again, you can start poking and prodding with your utility. Leading by utility here are Legacy. 2 players still unknown in towards short. Flashbang catches them off, and then Lux just puts them in his pocket. Brilliant staging to the round there for Legacy. They leave nothing to chance as they take top brackets. And now Sonic is being actively hunted because they know there was an AK out at B and Lux punishes. This is really good to see. We spoke about Lux and how much he needed to step up. Yeah, it's 4 kills in 1 round, but it's an important round that Legacy need to win because they have been stumbling, not only in objectives when it comes to deep tournament runs, but in series, when it comes to critical wins such as this, you keep everyone alive. You keep your money healthy. You get that confidence flowing. You get Fuzi back on this AWP for wildcard, but your Legacy yet again still in control.
Here comes the util barrage again towards Banana, and they are going to be more passive or wildcard, and they win the first fight as a result. Susp finds Lux walking into his crosshair. 5v4 for wildcard. Does get traded by Sadzine, so this is surprising. I guess it makes sense that they want to try and have a peek and a poke and a prod towards Banana, but that, again,
ridiculous.
Like, you don't have to be that aggressive. You have the opening frag. You don't have to chase further. You can force them to walk into you, and wildcard just seem too hungry to take fights right now.
They're both two egregious fights on Banana. Stan, unfortunately, there's just too many players to contend with her. But again, look at the way that Legacy take that fight. It's not Sadzin that swings on low HP. It's Lato that comes in very deep on high HP. Then you've got the player in Sadzin that can potentially swing. You've then also got the player at a close half wall that can then go around the corner. And Legacy, you've got 3 kills on Banana, guys. Like, you can literally just go in towards this bomb site. Nissim lurking on the prowl to, again, inflict more economic distress. And, in fact, they're going to double smoke B and now come back towards 8. Jaber's here. But I do get a little bit worried, especially with Nissim about to go by himself in towards long. That's a punish. And now you've opened up the opportunity. Well, I was going to say for wildcard to have a say into the round. Fuzi's found another one. Low HP. Traded out finally. But it's still this AWP you got to contend with. Or maybe you don't. That is insane from Dumao. A Legacy survivor scare that, again, was self-inflicted.
Yeah, absolutely. They could have just gone B and that would have been it. Round over. But instead they go back over and they overthink things. And this is stuff we were already talking about and highlighting. Just too much of this mid-round, oh, what are we going to do? Let's try and have these mind games played and do this and that, instead of just saying, okay, we just got 3 frags towards Banana. Let's go B. It is vacant. There's no way they have another player there. So, anyway, look, it still works out for them, but it requires a strong effort from Dumao, who did hit a ridiculous shot to get that last frag. But still, could have been a lot easier on them and their economy. Nice, Nates. Susp dead to rights, thanks to those 2 nades thrown simultaneously into sandbags. And wildcard on a half buy here. All that being said, Legacy are off to a fantastic start. It's just a few worrying signs on their end.
It's worrying because there were 2 obvious errors there in that previous round.
Yes.
Because you've got Lux going forward, no trade potential on Banana, and then you've got Suff that then goes around the corner and gives the man advantage to Legacy after one player gets traded out. Jaber swings. Oh, it's really good util, but it's still not enough. And again, it's this sandwich of Sadzin, Lato, and Lux all holding already and waiting for the active plays of Wildcard that have been so prominent in the early stages of this first half. Yet again, nothing coming up trumps for them. Legacy are just marching forward here on Inferno. And this is quickly becoming a landslide victory. This was 4-1. You could argue, okay, look, Wildcard have got a round back. We can now start to build something in this first half. No, immediately swiped away from them. Next gun round, exactly the same. And it's now 7-1 for Legacy.
Yeah, and we talked about needing a supporting cast on Legacy. Well, like one other person, we got all of them. Everyone is making noise for Legacy. Sadzine on 8, Lux on 8 as well, and Nissim, you know, only 5, but still having an impact. Lato hasn't had to do that much, sitting in only 3 frags, but it's good. That's a good sign that Lato doesn't have to stand on his head for Legacy to be getting rounds. So aside from the few criticisms we've had of, you know, ongoing concerns for the roster over these last couple of months, this is a overall good start for them. And Wildcard on the other side needs something. They've got absolutely nada. They're flatlining right now.
You got to change up the strategy as well, because you're fighting Banana head on. It's not working. So let's go into the pages of the Stanislaw strat book. Like, what are we dealing with now? Like, something's got to give. Maybe second mid control. Maybe this boost up in towards short again, because guess what? You didn't see it. Here we go. Jaber elevated.
Yeah, they got the crossfire ready over at bracket. They've got Fuzi at banana. with the AWP, throws the smoke, and there's the nade in front of him. This is really good utility again from Legacy because it pushes Wildcard off the angle and puts them on the back foot. They have to try and react here and stabilize themselves while Legacy take all the space up top Banana. They don't have to use it either. There's still plenty of time on the clock. Nice pop flash, and then the shot hits. Actually, Sus finishes off what Fuzi started. I believe that was a Colat through the wall. No frags, but Sus bagged them. And now this is favoring Wildcard in the 5v3. JBA, great position to punish as well.
Exactly. Now you go into their setup, you're forced into it, and they can't get by. Jaber and Sonic, insane round. And it's all about just being a little bit more passive on Banana. It's about goading Legacy in towards that free space. The AWP fires off, Sus swings. That's how you should be activating Sus. We shouldn't be going on his own. He should be trying to take that space. And then you force Legacy to go into your setup that you've employed to directly counter them. That's been the best round of CS so far. I think in general, from both Legacy and Wildcard, that was the best one from Wildcard. Need more of that.
Jaba, spamming the smoke there. Not going to back off. Definitely need more of that, I agree. Wildcard finding the answers in the previous round. Two players leaning back in towards pit for Wildcard. Now Legacy taking the space once more. And Stanislaus staring up at the apartments. It's the right idea because this feels like where Legacy are going to explode out of. There's the smokes, the flashes, it's all coming forward. So Wildcard needs to have the answer. Jaba's in a good spot, but he can't get a frag. Nissim overloads him. Stanislaus with two back though onto Numao, and Nissim can even get a third. He almost does, but it will be Sonic to find the last two, and everything just falls apart for Legacy and apartments.
He did get that third. He did get
Did
that
he
third.
actually?
Yeah.
I didn't even see. Wow.
Insane from Stan. And this double setup works really well. And the reason why it works out so well is because Wildcard have to play these close crossfires because they don't have smokes. They do not have smokes on this A side of the map. And the reason why is because Sonic keeps doing this right now. You're seeing him on your screen. He walks over, he drops off his util, and then he leaves. This time he's going to be influencing the play on Banana. But Sonic had to be close there because they didn't have utilities. They had to be in these tightly woven crossfires to stop the aggression immediately. And now they're mixing some aggression of their own. Jaber goes forward. Wildcard feel like they've got a little bit more confidence in this map, but it's the same errors. Now we're in their ugly heads as Dumao gets rid of Susp.
Util's coming in here, and there's a great shot from Nissim. Yeah, it takes care of the Arch player. Stanislaus gone. Not only Arch player, but no one else left on the A site outside of Stanislaus in the situation. So they've got full control. Wildcard, bomb not planted yet, so they're going to try and make their way back in, but they know that things are going to be dicey once they poke their heads out of either Library or Arch. Nissim's given up a little bit of the control here to have a look and see if anyone's coming in on the flank. But as it stands, bomb planted, Wildcard, some util. Yeah, I was going to say, just back off. You don't need to fight this, nor should you.
I know you need rounds on the board, but this looks a lot worse for you. I guess you got a little bit of money on Fuzi. Maybe could reinvest the AWP. Nissim is trying to take his time in and puts it to really good effect. He strikes and gets rid of two. That takes the attention away from Lux. Wildcards are wiped clean out of long, and I've been so impressed with Nissim's lurking on this T side because he hasn't actually actively been activating, but he chooses his moments. The reason why this lurk works so well is because Jaber gets the kill in towards second mid, and Wildcard immediately rotate. Legacy throw all these smokes, and they say, look, we've got no space. And Wildcard bite down on it, and that allows Nissim to get the space. So often he's been in towards middle, top brackets. But this time he goes forward, he goes round that corner, he punishes Stan on a timing he's not ready for. And he's been able to get there so early because he's consistently been getting that space without too much contention. 8-3. As soon as Wildcard win one round, Legacy swipe it right back. But here goes Stan again. And now we need to do with the player, not only in mini pit, but also in short. But this util is insane from Legacy.
Poof. All right, Legacy continue to pour it on with the util and the bullets as well. Dumao finds Fuzi, but does get caught off by Sonic, so that's a good opportunity for Wildcard to maybe get something in this round. But again, we're in a man disadvantage situation, trying to go back to this A site, and they have two pieces of util. There goes one. They could throw another smoke beyond this initial one and try to slip through in the gap, but it just feels so difficult for them, and the money situation's not great. It is the last round, though, so they got to go for it, right? What am I talking about? Sonic is going to get the headshot onto Lux, but Nissim finds the last, and it will be Legacy going up 9-3.
Been very cool to watch.
Yeah.
But how many of these rounds have been given over by just opening picks for Legacy? How many times did Wildcard decide enough was enough on B, because there was so many oversteps in that banana fight, and as soon as you deviate away from that, every round looks a lot more competitive. Really good work. And we talked about that floor. We talked about that line. We said, look, it's Dumao, it's Lato. Lato's not even been needed this first half. It's been Lux, it's been Nissim, it's been Sadsin also chiming in with these impact kills. Everyone performing and singing from the same hymn sheet for Legacy is working out brilliantly.
No question. On the other side, Wildcard have had their flashes, but usually isolated by a round victory afterwards from Legacy, so nothing really doing for them on their CT side. They will swap now as we go into the second half pistol, but maybe your gut feeling, well, so far looking like it might be right, Brandon, because wow, what a first half from Legacy, and really nothing much to speak of on the Wildcard side. One very concerning point is that Fuzi's 2-10. Sure, you know, you might look at Inferno and say this isn't necessarily an Oppers map, but it didn't feel like he was able to have any impact at all in that first half. Let's see if it changes here. They're charging down on that pistol round all the way into mid. Lato, what a shot onto Susp. He fades away. Sadzine gets 2 on his side, and now it's only 1 left. Fuzi in a 1v4. Needs to recover the bomb and get all these frags, and just feels nigh impossible.
Bruh, you saw that from the CT's POV where they're getting owned in arches. I'm like, yes, this is going to be great for Wildcard. They're going to take all this space long. They're going to have the really quick exec on towards A. Short player's going to be redundant, but no, he just swings out a boiler, Sadsin, and he just gets 2 kills just instantly. As an unbelievable reaction, but also it's Wildcard trusting their utility and not fully clearing the angle. If the third or the fourth guy just takes a little cursory glance in towards Boiler, maybe that gets mitigated. Maybe that just gets traded at the bare minimum. But no, instead, they lose everyone on one side of the map, and it makes that push redundant.
Force buy coming through from Wildcard, despite not getting that bomb plant. Feels like you have to, being down 10-3. Nothing going your way. Every time you think something might slip in your direction, as you're mentioning, Brandon, where they got some space potentially gained in towards that A site, they don't check boiler and things start to fall apart for them. And a player, Sadzine in that case, popping a couple of heads, not getting punished for it quickly enough. So now Dumao's going to spam that smoke. No one really near that position yet, but it feels like Wildcard, well, probably going to have a B finish now because they've lost their lurk in Stanislaw. So there they go up banana.
It is really telling when your in-game leader is your highest performing player. Like that can't fly. Great counter flash again coming in from Lux. As Dumao just wants to keep fighting forward on the dualies, and that gives space for Lato to also run through the CT smoke. No plant. As you said, that's a force buy. You imagine they're just going to continue to force buy all the way through here. Wildcard. They're playing for OT, it currently looks like, which is a brave thing to do. But hey, why not?
I mean, what's the alternative, right? Force up in this round and have pistols and armor? Like, right. I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of tough situation to be in. I don't envy them. So it's going to be Wildcard trying to push overtime, unless you know, some Deagle headshots come through here and they make something happen. But it hasn't felt like they have been the firepower beasts we've seen in the past, at least not on this map. It's strange too, because it's not like they've been bad here. 13-10 against Pain, 13-9 against NRG. They 13-2'd Marsborn, but now Legacy has even got the 7 rounds against Vitality, right? You know how good Vitality is right now. What's happening here? It's pretty miserable for them.
It's a combination of feeling a bit too confident coming into this, trying to just force fights and then not having a appropriate backup plan when things go wrong. And then once you realize things are going wrong, it is too little too late. But the players of the caliber that Wildcard have got, the in-game leading experience that Stan has as well, you expect after the second time that Susp gets sort of brute forced in Banana, you stop going for that fight. It doesn't need to take 7 rounds. Oh, not even a casualty is brutal. It just gets worse. It just gets worse.
Well, I think Wildcard just want to wave the white flag and move on at this point on this map, but we'll see. 9 rounds in a row required of them just to push overtime, as Legacy are absolutely tearing them apart. 16 for Lux, 14 for Dumouth, 13 Sadzine, and 12 for Nissim. It is just Legacy having a party. It is their map pick, but this is phenomenal for them.
I tell you what, all of Wildcard have 29 kills. Dumouth and Lux have 30. That's the disparity.
Yes,
that is the difference.
Dumouth, as we're talking about him, looking for his 15th frag. Flashbangs sail in from both sides there. Susp on notice. Yep, there you go. Goodbye, Susp. Enjoy that grenade. 5v4 in favor of Legacy, just like that. And now Wildcard are making their attempt to try and take bracket control, but it doesn't really yield anything. Maybe they just want to make noise here to try and convince Legacy that the hit can come 8, but it doesn't really do anything to disrupt Legacy's setup at all.
No, it doesn't, because they've still got utility. This deep smoke, well, Lux is ahead of it, so it doesn't matter. And you can still throw your smokes in towards top mid. You got a block in Lato's utility here. That's going to burn another 20 seconds off the clock. There are smokes. You've got a nade to break this if you're Wildcard. And Dumouth's going to boost up Lato. So Dumouth's going to play the panic role of, oh my god, guys, I'm the only one on Banana. Here we go. And he gets overwhelmed. Do they clear this boost? No, they don't, but Lato just takes the kill instantly, and the spray is really good between him and Dumouth. Nothing is going right for Wildcard. A 2v4 after plant is all they've got, hopes of just extending play.
This is going to be so difficult for them. Fuzi and Stanislaw being asked a lot here to try and hang on in a 2v4, but they got 2 players who are low, and then Fuzi finds one with a beautiful headshot. Needs more. They know where he is now. Stanislaw might still be a mystery. They don't have any util left to Legacy, and that could be the problem, and it absolutely is. Stanislaw's managed to make it a 1v1 here. Fuzi and Sadzine up against each other. Time taken away on the bomb, and Fuzi does it. Wildcard, with their backs against the wall in an unlikely scenario at victory, do find a way to get it, and they find a 4th as well.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, really good afterplant from Fuzi and Stan, where you got Fuzi taking all the contact. You got Stan having a little bit of a risk where if Legacy come Banana, he's going to hear about it and he can turn around on a dime. But Fuzi takes all the contacts. He then baits in Stan to deal with the players piling out of ruins. Brilliant 2v4. And as you say, no util for Legacy. So there we go. They do survive that one, but 8 more in a row, that's a really tall order because they just about got that one over the line. That took a gargantuan effort from individuals.
And you see it in their economy and their buy-up, right? Like, yes, you get the util, but oh my goodness, the damage on Banana. Again, there's a nade sailing out as well, and there's more damage dealt. Jaba and Susp, 19 and 24 HP respectively. This is really not great health-wise for Wildcard. They become much softer targets moving into what might be the A site. You got 2 players in apartments doubled up for Legacy at the moment. So they're hoping to get an immediate trade or perhaps a clean frag on a player that goes in here. It will be Sonic. And Sonic deletes Nissim. Sadzine on his own in this position now does manage to get one back. Needs more than that. Lux, oh my goodness, Lux is going to farm. I feel it. I feel it. Lux gets the 2K and only 2. 2v2 though does the damage, and look at the health still for Wildcard.
Oh, that's
and
ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. What?
That's so silly. But that is a great shot out of Lato. Remember, Susp is low HP, plays a headshot angle, has to hit it and can't do it. Man. So Lato, who's been really quiet all of Inferno for Legacy, the guy that we said shares the spotlight with Dumouth, finally steps up when it's required. Legacy will close map 1 in emphatic fashion. 13-4 over Wildcard. Looking unbelievable here, Freddie.
I really respect as well. Dumal decides to swing through a smoke and troll around just to give Lato the clip. Like I really respect that from him. That's a true team player. But yeah, fair to say, Wildcard got their asses handed to them, and we did not anticipate them. I think we were summing this up to be more of a Wildcard victory, maybe not one-sided, but definitely in favor of Wildcard. However, it couldn't have been anything further from the truth. But with that in mind, boys, I'll let you give your beautiful voices a rest. See, I can be kind to you, and I will see you guys in a moment while I talk about Inferno. Right, now we got those losers out the way, we can really get down to the business. This was, as I mentioned, kind of diabolical from Legacy. Like, this is maybe one of the best Infernos I think I've ever seen played. Yeah, it's a bit hyperbole there, but you know, the sentiment's still there of like, this wasn't necessarily just, okay, everyone on Legacy individually played very well. This was them just outplaying Wildcard. And it all started basically from this point. So the replay you've got on your screen is round 4. And that was when I actually started getting a little bit scared for Legacy, because you started to see Wildcard, even though they're in a man disadvantage, even though it's kind of a round that they never should be winning, you actually saw them somehow claw it back. And it was them showing realistically, like, okay, we're a team that we play not this level of Counter-Strike. We're contesting for tier 1 and we're showing why. However, it all kind of falls apart afterwards. We get to the 7-1 point where Legacy have just dominated, and the reason for that domination was because both of these teams' game plans, it was very clear. Fight Banana. The CT side send 3 players. Legacy also are trying to bully Banana. And Legacy were just out and right winning those duels, and Wildcard hadn't changed anything up until round 8. And that's when they started to actually change things up, and I really liked what we were seeing. We saw them move away from trying to win the fights on B, but rather win the fights on A and just be blocking over towards that B bomb site. So it was something that Brandon obviously brought up, because, you know, great minds think alike, was Sonic, instead of starting over on that B bomb site, he was dropping the utility, then leaving Fuzi and coming to then join Stanislaw and Jaber, who on round 8 and 9 played really nicely to delay while Sonic was coming over, because that's also an important thing. You need to make sure that they don't just bum rush you up A and you lose the round. So the first round, they did the stack on top of archers on top of balcony, and it was all off the reaction of the B bomb site delaying and also being gifted opening kills, because when they just started sitting back on the bomb site, they allowed top banana to be taken, and then Legacy tried to fight through that smoke. They failed, tried to pivot back towards A, but the setup was already there in place, and it turned out perfectly. The exact same thing happened in round 9, but what was the really nice macro decision from Jaber and Stanislaw was to not play aggressively towards brackets, concede that position, go towards a pit and mini pit setup, and, you know, again, it worked really perfectly. But also it was Sonic who was the cog in this Swiss clock. Like, sure, in both those rounds, it was Jaber and Stanislaw that got the majority of the kills, but Sonic sets them up for success by either taking first contact or on round 9, getting himself onto the bomb site, throwing a supportive flashbang, and being that supportive element. So he's kind of the cog in this piece. He was the one maneuvering himself around the map really nicely and ultimately benefiting the whole team. The end of the game, when we hit this, like, when we hit the kind of 7-3 point, those last 2 rounds were not Wildcard playing badly. That's when we started to see Legacy stepping up. After Wildcard had reacted effectively to what Legacy were doing, Legacy then realized what was happening and shifted up their game plan accordingly. And that's why I'm so impressed with Legacy. Isn't necessarily the first like 10 rounds of the first half, because even though they played really well on that, it was how they reacted in the last 2 rounds to realize they aren't playing 3 towards B anymore. Okay, so we can afford to get an opening kill there and bully over towards that bomb site. And oh, we bullied over towards B. Next round, In round 12, they start playing 3B because last round we just won over towards the B bomb side. It was this really nice shift in gameplay from Legacy where they were able to get these crucial opening kills, and from there they were able to effectively end off the rounds, despite them maybe being a bit touch and go at times. But it was a perfect reaction from Legacy on that T side, and I think that just set the narrative for the rest of the game realistically. Even if Wildcard had won the pistol round, I don't think we would have seen any difference. But by the fact and by the virtue that Legacy had won the pistol round, it just further cemented their dominance on Inferno, and that trajectory carried them until the end. The only thing standing in their place was Fuzi finally holding his mouse again, finally figuring out how to press mouse 1. He got a few nice kills on the post plant, but it was Legacy through and through on Inferno. That was a complete beatdown by the Brazilians and a really impressive performance by a whole team, and excellent calling from Lux, alongside him also playing really well. And even though Lato did have a quiet game, which is certainly true, he had 4 other players all doing fantastically, and then also on their CT side had a great CT half and clutched up a 1 versus 2 at the end. So it's not like he had a bad game, he just maybe wasn't playing at his level, but that was fine because everyone else was playing really, really well. Another part on that T side that was something that Brandon pointed out was Nissim was doing fantastically on his lurks. So not only did you have the main core winning over towards Banana when they were doing, or in the final 2 rounds where they were effectively getting its opening kills, but Nissim was then extracting so much info on the extremities while also picking off 1 or 2 players, which is a very difficult thing to do on Inferno, but maybe one of the most powerful maps you can use as a T-side lurker. Yeah, this was a fantastic map from Legacy, and even though Wildcard did adapt, which I think was very impressive for them to do so, it wasn't enough, and they got readapted, which I think makes it even further impressive for Legacy. You have the levels to it, and Legacy just exceeded Wildcard, and maybe we should start to give them a little bit more praise than we are. I think when I look at that Inferno, they're due that praise that we weren't necessarily giving them, because we were sitting here, we were saying like Wildcard tier 1 team, Legacy done all right, didn't make the major though. Sure, they qualified for a few big events, but you know, we don't, and it was, I think you guys put it perfectly, John and Brandon, we don't expect Legacy to go into a tier 1 event and do much. Wildcard, however, we do. They made the legend stage of the major in Shanghai, they made the major in Austin. They're a team that we anticipate when they go into these big events, they do well, and therefore coming into these qualifiers, we expect them to not necessarily walk through these opponents, but to win without, you know, too much hassle, without being 13-4 on Inferno. That's exactly what we're trying to say. And Wildcard just didn't seem like they were awake individually as well. I think that's also a big thing. Like, I was talking mostly about strats and how the game was orchestrated from a tactical perspective, but when Susp is 3-15, and you can clearly see that the game plan had a bit of holes in it at the start of the CT side, because Susp was just running in and kind of dying by himself. And when Fuzi had, I think, 4 kills up until the penultimate round of the game, only so far tactics can take you. And Jaber and Stanislaw, they had 2 rounds towards A. That was it, basically. So tactically, Legacy outplayed Wildcard. Individually, Legacy dwarfed Wildcard, and that's a big issue going on to Nuke, because even though Wildcard are pretty solid on Nuke, and they have actually been doing very well against not only regional opponents but international opponents, they need to step up not only tactically but also individually. So we've kind of taken Inferno now, pushed that over to the side. Legacy are coming onto Nuke brimming with confidence. I think that's fair to say. They're maxed out with it, but how is this going to fare for them? Because the sign that we were mentioning was that Nuke is always kind of the consistent map that Wildcard like to pick into. And sure, they have, you know, like a loss against Big on their cards, a double overtime loss against Complexity. They have beaten Heroic, 500 European opponents, and also done well regionally to get through to the major, utilizing Nuke against Marshborn. So it is a very good map for them, but I think they just need to wake up. And it's not like Legacy are bad either on nuke. They beat Liquid in Shui's debut. They took Astralis to a double overtime. They qualified for Bucharest by beating 9Z on this map. They've beaten Red Canids, Odic. Those are some serious names. However, they did fall very short on nuke in that ESL Challenger game that John talked about way back when, in maybe one of their worst losses alongside not qualifying for the major this year. Nuke was a decider and it fell very flat for them. So got to make sure coming onto this map that they don't have those same issues. The cards are all in Legacy's hands right now. They have wildcard exactly where they want them, which is not an opportunity they're going to get very often. And wildcard, they need to seriously wake up, because they have realistically not been doing very well in major, in American regional qualifiers. Speaking of the major, they obviously qualify for the major. Can't take that away from them. But failure to qualify to Bucharest, failure qualify to Astana, failure to and it's like these regional qualifiers that they've come very close to, but then they haven't been able to succeed in. And I'm really worried that we're seeing a wild card, a team competing for a tier 1 status, struggling to qualify for regional events. And sure, if they lose to Complexity, that's fair enough. Lose to M80 equally, but it kind of shows where they are currently in the ecosystem. If they lose to Legacy, that's a really worrying sign, especially considering, look, the major is very soon. The major's in literally only a couple weeks, and for their last official be bowing out of a tournament like this is honestly unacceptable. And if we're speaking about roster changes, results like this, if not held up at the major, are the reason why these roster changes are going to happen. So I think there's a lot of pressure on wildcard. Legacy have all the cards in their hands. Let's see if they can close it out on nuke and continue playing this really good Counter-Strike that I'm honestly really enjoying watching. We'll be finding out if they can do so after the break. After a very short break, we are now heading into map 2 at Nuke. Oh, well, the game's live. Guys, I guess the question I want to leave with you is, what the hell just happened?
Cheers, mate. Well, Legacy looked really good. Wildcard looked slow. And now we are heading into Nuke, which is Wildcard's better map, one of their best. So I'm expecting them to bounce back. Their T sides have looked really solid on this as well. But let's Let's see what takes shape here, because all Legacy needs, to be honest, is a pistol, and maybe they can start something. Fast play immediately out A. Lato, of course it's Lato!
Oh my
Just
God,
doing the
dude.
damage. Sadzin chimes in with one more, and they can't get by Lato. Stan is left thinking, what the hell has just happened? The thoughts of Grim Renar echoing in all of our ears as he now needs to try and clutch up a 1v4 and get past that man of Lato, who's going to swing into him and claim the kill. He is insane.
Wow. That is not how you kick off your map pick after losing so decisively, and then you get this absolute stunner of a pistol round where Lato stands on his head. That's tough for Wildcard, but wow. We talked about Lato not needing to be implicated. I think Freddie was mentioning it, right? The fact that he only really activated towards the latter part when he was asked of it in that final round in particular. But it also was a good sign, you know, that he was only needed in that situation. I'm happy to see that Legacy are doing much better in this matchup than they have in a lot of the previous BO3s that I've seen them in recently. So let's see if they can continue having their way with Wildcard. I'm wondering, Brandon, you know, Freddie was talking about the fact that Wildcard are going to the major and it's in 2 weeks. Do you think their minds are more there than here?
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, you should be approaching every official like this is the build up to the major, and confidence is a real thing, right? And you don't want to go into this thinking, oh, it's okay, we've got the major. No, it's, oh, it's okay, but we should still be winning these games. Here are the mistakes that we need to cut out. That is insane from Susp and Jaber. Maybe there's no mistakes to cut out because they have just annihilated the ramp threat.
Well, still not into the bomb site, though. And there's a player over on top of Hut that could deny them the space towards the A site, which is where they're going to end up. Dumao only finds one, and Fuzi wipes him out, so the A threat is gone. And now you have to be wondering if your Legacy, do we go for the save? Do we try to get back in here? It looks like they are going to try getting back in and only get one. I don't know.
I don't know for two reasons, because if you want to go for that, then you shouldn't be swinging solo, because look at where Lux is. He's on ramp, you're in main. This has made things really difficult. No kit, no util, in play for Lux as well. And whilst he has got the positional advantage, they've already moved away, tucked in towards lobby, and Sus can just swing on an instant. Lux has to make noise, feels a drop of heaven, and as you say, time is now a big burden for Lux. He's looking for kills, he finds nothing. Wildcard get away with one there. And it was a over-rotation down B, and then it was limited trade potential and overextensions on A.
All right. Good response from Wildcard. And yeah, we talked about Wildcard being strong on nuke. It wins against Heroic and 500 in particular. 5-game win streak here. Actually won 7 of their last 8. Complexity was their only loss, 17-19 in that Bucharest qualifier. It is strange how they haven't had success in those qualifiers, but, you know, I think Freddie already mentioned it. Complexity and M80 are strong opponents that weren't easy to get past, and obviously they couldn't. So we'll see if maybe they can find an answer against Legacy here tonight. But, you know, that first map didn't fill us with confidence. I'm sure it didn't do that for Wildcard as well. They are going to come back into this round with a nice buy-up of 3 AKs and a Galil and the M4 carried over from that previous one. And on the other side, Legacy are forcing. They're trying to apply the pressure and continue having their way with Wildcard. Stanislaw has already made... Oh, no, he spotted. Oh, my God.
And now this forces you into the ramp play, which forces you in towards Nissim's hand with the 5-7. You've got this rotate out. Sad's in on the scout, who's taking the contact. Nissim just tucked in the corner. Flashbang, brilliant. And the scout shot even better. Really good team play out of Legacy. They have left Wildcard stumped.
Yep. This is not... I mean, especially after that previous round for Wildcard, you're like, wow, that actually worked out pretty well. You know, the execute was strong. They managed to keep the numbers on the A site and get the trades as needed. But here, oh boy, just caught kind of scattered a little bit. Couldn't collect themselves, and you have Jaba waiting on top of Silo with no support at all, no bomb, no nothing. So he's just going to be on a mission to save. And again, this was a force buy for Legacy with mostly pistols. Did have the 1A1S on Lux's hands, which actually activated for a couple of frags, but still, that's another round that you kind of hope Wildcard can get across the finish line if they want to have a chance of coming out with victory here on nuke. Oh, well.
Oh, he died after time.
That's... It's going from bad to worse here. Well, I don't know, Brandon. I don't know. Wildcard living up to their namesake, I guess?
I guess so. This is a bit dicey now. Look, I really rate Wildcard's A hits, and I feel like that's something they can definitely exploit. The danger is when you've got Dumao and Lato here as well. They're going to give it a little bit of a go. Lato makes it down the vent instantly just to block Secret. Dumao has a look at Squeaky. Nissim's already rotated. So they are worried about this threat down B. This feels like such an over-exaggeration of a rotate when nothing's happened. Because you've left Dumao on his own, right?
Yeah, but I guess it's also confidence in Dumao, being able to hold down the fort. They left him here alone before, and he actually did a pretty good job. We'll see. No, Lux is here now. And Sadzine is supporting as well. I think it was just a temporary rotation just to see what was happening towards the B site, but they've quickly readjusted themselves in Dumao's second vent. Lux is here, right at the entrance of Hut. And this feels like it's going to be the final destination for Wildcard because they're just holding their ground, hoping that Legacy overthink things, which has been their Achilles heel lately. But this time, they're not. They've got the bodies here. Molotov's good for top of Hut, but they've got the bodies in the right place, and it should be a clean round victory here for Legacy. And, well, a little bit sloppy with Sus getting a couple, but Sadzine closes the door on the last two, and Legacy find themselves a third.
They all got back in time. Everything's okay. The full spy crisis averted finally. There's a change in the guard now, and this would have been way worse for Legacy if Wildcard were able to stomach that full spy. And then they would have been on an eco. Conversely, if they were able to win the full spy wars, keep the economy low, etc., etc. But now Legacy have got the luxury of putting the MP9 to good use on Sadzin, who's already got a good quantity of cash being built up. These are the rounds for Legacy you just don't want to stumble upon. A break on the smoke will net the bomb. That's probably the worst player you want to die in that situation, but it also alerts the rest of Legacy that this is the play that's happening. Susper's found one, but Jaber's now been punished in towards heaven. You know Susper's in towards back garage. This round will be chalked up as another Legacy success story. And if they keep 4 alive and Sadzin gets 600, then we're looking at him grabbing an AWP. Instead, it's him dropping, but it's still okay. He can buy the AWP. So MP9 quickly evolves into a sniper rifle.
All right, well, Wildcard at least getting a couple of frags there onto Legacy to do some economic damage, which you see in the form of Sadzine at 650 and maybe Dumao at 1k, but you still got Lato 5.8, Nissim at 6.2. So all that to say, if they do lose the round, they'll still be good for a buy-up, and they'll be able to do some creative accounting to get there. Wildcard, they're probably not thinking too much about economy right now. They need rounds. They need to get something on the board. Some kind of momentum, because 4 on Inferno was not even close to enough. Right here, they're stuck at 1. Getting lobby control. Bit of spam from Lux. Feels like it's on the mark just through that vent, and the wall as well doesn't connect for much damage at all, or any in fact. Lato gonna spam through. There we go. Sonic gone. Java's gone. Susp and Fuzi are trying to move in, and they do manage to get a couple back. Fuzi, though, the TK. It's the Molotov that Susp dips his toes into for too long, but Fuzi does make up for it by getting the last 2. He clutches the round for Wildcard, and they're right back into it.
I need a breather. They need to take a timeout, or I need to take a timeout, because you've got Wildcard with the hit through, not the cleanest one, but they're able to trade out Dumao. The player at CT event doesn't get anything apart from a lot of damage, which enables that team kill. And you start to think, okay, Legacy are now going to win the round, and then Fuzi comes up with a mega double kill to put things back into what you assume they should be. A Wildcard round win. No AWP. Oh, but there is one for Fuzi. He misses the opportunity. He gets a nade thrown back the other way, but it doesn't do a lick of damage. And suddenly, because these totalities now started to add up, Legacy are on their last legs financially. Wildcard are in a better spot despite being 2 rounds down.
Yeah, Wildcard are trying to take that outside control right now into yard. They got one, yeah, they got both smokes thrown for the wall of smokes, the deep wall of smokes that gives them more visibility in towards red box and secret. CSAT's in, thinking about coming. Oh my goodness, Dumao. Oh my god. Almost gets a frag out of just the sheer lineup and a little bit of luck. Jaba's on notice now at 16 HP. And Sadzine, I think he's waiting to spot someone here and then toss the Molotov and run away. Just out of the corner of his eye. Yeah, that's exactly it. So he will do that. Has the information. Can relay that to his teammates. Say, hey, maybe Dumao, you want to jump down that vent and join me here? That would be great. Sadzine, nade. Is Jaba there? No, he's not. But it will do damage to Susp and Stanislaw.
They're really trying to force them back up secret into Lux.
Yes.
And it might... Oh, it's going to work. Jaba Fuzi holding. Luck moves away. Oh, they've read this wrong. Sadson's still under a little bit of scrutiny. But the bomb, it still could come back, and it is. It's maneuvering itself over towards main. Lux now spots them, but Dumao's fallen in the meantime. That's the player on A dealt with, and now suddenly you're scrambling if you're Legacy. There's no time to get this bomb down, is there? Yes, just.
Wow. Close call for Wildcard in the bomb plant, but they're okay now. And you look at Legacy kind of on the outside looking in without the defuse kit. I think the save is called. That is Legacy, like you mentioned, Lux misreading the situation and backing off from Garage where he could have had an advantage on the players trying to cross over into Mini. Instead, it's just Wildcard slipping into the bomb site, not losing a single body, and finally gaining themselves a little bit of rhythm on Nuke, where it started off rough, didn't look great after they get that 1-round victory. And now they got a couple in a row. Hoping to build more off of it. And it is T-side Nuke, we can't forget that. So I would say if they get 5 rounds here, that would be very serviceable. What is that? Why? Why?
Freddy's going to enjoy that one.
But why?
So we've had 2 team kills for Wildcards. They've still managed to get 3 rounds on T-side Nuke despite that. At least Legacy were able to save. But my goodness me, what is going on in this game is absolutely bonkers.
Do you have a replay of the reason? Like, it doesn't even feel like there'd be a situation where you'd be under pressure in any way. I don't know.
What is this? Why is there only 1 smoke outside? Maybe this is a little bit of an illusion that no one's crossing. They are. There's 3 down. There needs to be a rotate here for Legacy. Lux has got no idea, and he's not commed anything to his team. So this 1 smoke has completely given all the space for Wildcard down B.
All right. Nessim is here, ready to react from ramp. Lato managed to get the first frag on the round, even though Wildcard took control of this B site. Postplant ends up being a man advantage for Legacy. That's quickly erased by Sonic, and even more so now, finding Sadzine as well. Lato looks to take down Jabo, who's hiding behind Silo here at the B site, but he can't get his crosser on him. And again, it's going to be a save called for Legacy. Wildcard find a massive gap in the defensive lines, and that's, I think, the biggest problem here in the round for them. Wildcard walking into that B site, yes, they lose the first body, but at that point, it didn't really matter, especially with the instant response from Sonic. So we're tied up at 4 and starting to see the cracks in Legacy's play.
I want to give the credit to Freddy because he just messaged me what's happened there. So he said that Sus was spamming A main, and that was the audio to muffle the footsteps of them going down secret. Which is kind of bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I feel like Legacy should have had some kind of defense out there. 1 player posted up, even with the noise that was being made.
Yeah, just the common can be down secret. That's it. That's all that's needed. So Sadson's going to start secret. This is the adjustment now for Legacy. They're going to immediately start a player at the lower bomb site so they don't get undone by this again. And it's just going to be an A play. Smoke on towards top hut. Dumao under a little bit of scrutiny, and Stan completely blindsided by him. Lato's come through the smoke, and Dumao has just dropped on Sus. What on earth is happening? Fuzi has to try and pick up the pieces again and can't do it. That felt like a really disjointed A attack.
It was. It was just a wild card trying to throw everything they could at Legacy without much real coordination onto the execute. And Legacy had all the answers right there. Not really much to break down. It was just chaos, honestly, with each team throwing the bodies at each other and Legacy coming out on top, as you would expect of a CT side on that A side of nuke. So we go into round 10. Lato with the Molotov in his hands, getting ready to toss that forward. Wildcard still have enough money to buy up here. Susp a little bit limited on the Tech 9. Wall of Smokes is already out. I feel like Wildcard may be unnecessarily trying to ratchet up the pace, but I also understand the change in pace that they were trying to employ with a bit of a blitz to the A site. It just didn't work out at all, and they were completely denied by Legacy. So a good recovery for Legacy at the very least after losing a couple of rounds in a row. Incendiary is going to get tossed by Lux in towards Red, and Stanislaw is on his own here at Yard. Just lurking around to find information. The actual hit is going into ramp, but Nissim's here to respond. Can he hit the shots is the question.
No, but he can at least live. He's going to be hunted down. Never mind. No, he can't live. And Stanislaw will win his fight outside. So at least Sadzin is down B, but he's going to get overwhelmed by the AWP. Missed shot, but not a missed opportunity, as Sonic will still capitalize on it anyway. And Dumao is just left to save. A quick burst on all angles. And the fact that Nissim doesn't have hell support is the key feature there for Legacy.
Dumao on a mission to save the M4, but yeah. Wildcard storming into that beast. A great take of ramp in particular, right? They put so much pressure onto Nissim, and Nissim tries to get away, but they don't allow him to, which lets them get even more space gained. And after that, the bomb's planted and nothing really left, I should say, for Legacy to do, with only Jamal left standing in the post plant. So we're tied up at 5, and I was saying it before, Brandon, 5 rounds T side of nuke is absolutely serviceable for Wildcard. The great part about it for them as well, they set themselves up in a position where they might be able to get even more.
It's just the fact that you start the Sadzin down secret now 2 rounds in a row because you've been getting just undone by these fast outside plays that Wildcard have been throwing at you. The fact that Nissim's just got no support, but he just gets owned by a Tech 9 anyway. Felt like he didn't overstay his welcome, but he did at the same time. Dumao. Now starting in towards main, it is Lato that's on top. Hart and Stan trying to work an angle, but so is Lux. This time it's not an AWPer that started secret, it's a rifle. And Lux, this is really cheeky, this is ridiculous. You're just going to walk straight by him, and he's got no idea.
Oh my goodness, he could have a monster flank here, but no, spotted by Sonic, who says, get out of here, you little snake. Not going to happen. Dumao under pressure as well. Nissim waiting on the site. They overlook him, but he does manage to... JB actually managed to get the trade. Sonic gets a trade as well, so they're okay. 2v2. Legacy still have a player here. The AWPer, Sadzin, on ramp. Where is Lato going to be coming from? Decon. Does he win the fight? He does. And also a missed shot from Fuzi allows Legacy back into the site and to win the round, 6th on the board.
You really like the way Lato plays that, but you got to start asking questions here for Legacy, because it feels like the fact that Dumao gets a kill changes the round game plan for Lux, and that shouldn't be happening. And that's the overcomplications that didn't rear their ugly head on Inferno that are now starting to present themselves. And yes, they're getting away with it in rounds like this, but you got to talk about it, because if Lux just stays where he is, maybe he gets 1 kill. He just doesn't just sit in the smoke and die. But the way Lato plays that is brilliant. The AWP doesn't overplay either. Over towards ramp, just takes his time, lets Lato play, and then can try and pick up the pieces. It's a really good end to a round from what was a bumpy start to one for Legacy.
Lux getting aggressive now. Fuzi finds the opener onto Sadzine. Lux looking to slip through the smoke successfully, which he couldn't do last time. And Lato finding one on Sonic makes this position even more potent. I feel like they're going to completely overlook it. No one is checking for Lux. Oh, finally, Fuzi turns around and finds him. I thought Lux had it, but he just waited a little too long to activate. Jaba does manage to get one before he is traded, yeah. I mean, it's still a 3v2 man advantage situation for Wildcard. Could have been better, but charging out like that wasn't necessarily the best play for his squad, and now it becomes problematic because Stanislaw's been spotted out by Dumao. Dumao's got that presence on T-Roof as well, and you only have Susp. Oh my goodness, Lato just found Fuzi, so it's only Susp left.
Oh, really good disengage from Dumao as well. The fact that he just leaves T-Roof. Susp is so worried about T-Roof. Dumao's in A site. He's in hut. Susp just hits the instant headshot though. And you know that Lato was outside. So Molly goes on towards heaven. That gives you space for the plant. And now it's Lato. Can he use his element of disguise to get this kill?
1v1 and no! Susp will win the 1v2 clutch. Wildcard tied up at 6 going to the second half. Given the way this one started, 4-1 for Legacy. This is fantastic for Wildcard. Maybe have a chance to pull off their map pick. Legacy started to slip up a little bit. I still like the way they played that, and you talked about Dumao getting away from T-Roof and going into hut is just razor sharp, or just a crazy reaction coming through. Instantaneously, Susp getting that headshot and then wins the duel against Lato as well to cap off his clutch performance.
You feel like with the disengage from Dumao, he's not going to then re-aggress back in towards Hut.
Yeah.
If he goes top Hut, he just wins the round instantly. But obviously hindsight is 2020. And it's one of those, though, where that overextension from Jaba, the fact that he's pushing to punish the guy at Unbreakable, that actually generates all that space for lobby to be taken and potentially the round to be lost. It's a Susp 1v2 that gives Wildcard the way back in, gives them an equalizer to that half. Because otherwise, Legacy goes 7-5 up.
Now tied at 6. Wildcard going to the favored side of the map, one that they have a 61.3% round win percentage on. And on the other end, the T side, not always great for Legacy. A pistol round would certainly help, but Fuzi, along with Sonic, are doing some damage. Nissim and Sadzine, the response is it going to be in their favor? No,
oh my gosh,
it's still a 2v2, and now a 1v1. Chaos here on this A site. Lux and Jaba up against each other, and Lux, miraculously, has the bomb on his back to give himself a good chance of coming out and getting a bomb plant with a minute 19 left on the clock, Brandon.
Is door closed or is it open? Can we go to Lux's POV real quick? Okay, it's open. Doesn't matter. So Jaba's now just looking at this timing. Did he hear the vent drop? You imagine he did. Bomb plant. That definitely gives the indication over. Jaba loud about his descent on towards vent. And now Lux can play.
Lux. Definitely hearing Jaba moving around here. Knows where to look. Just has to hit the shots. Freebies here for Lux, and yes, he will convert it. A little bit of a celebration there as well as he clutches the 1v2 for his squad, and Legacy do indeed get both pistol rounds here on Nuke.
Love that reposition out of Lux as well, because he clears control, doesn't see Jaba, and then he moves himself just towards that left-hand side. So not only is it an off angle for double doors, it's an off angle that Jaba's never going to be anticipating, because you're expecting the guy to be either close top or on the railings, or if he's control, then that means that Jaba's going to have to make noise if he wants to break the windows, which should give Susper another audio cue. He played that so well.
Immediate wall of smokes thrown by Legacy. The Force by Wars are, of course, on again here. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a 5.7 for Wildcard. Molotov thrown immediately out of Squeaky by Legacy. So they want to apply pressure, or at least make noise towards the 8 site, but you see how much presence they have at ramp right now. They're not seeing anyone, which is making them a little skittish, trying to see where Wildcard have posted themselves up. And you see 2 players now down in observation for Wildcard. This could disrupt Legacy quite a bit if it's overlooked, but the utility is good, Brandon.
Yeah, really good. Molly into dark, preventing their observations in towards the windows as well. And you still got this lobby lurk. You still got Lux here. Sus does get rid of Doomao. Sonic's now made his way down the vent, and that will allow Lux to come and play. And Sonic just keeps hitting Deegs. So this is really important now. So he's made use of that vent timing. Sus was coming through ramp. Where are these players, though? Legacy need to be found out immediately, and Nissim and Lux are doing the damage. Good trades here. Lato now found out, and you know that Lux was over towards single door. Jaber gets rid of him. More than enough time for this defuse to come through. Wildcard retake successfully because they do it as a unit.
Yeah, those SMGs were swarming around the bomb site, and actually the smokes almost create more chaos for Legacy than benefiting them in the end, just because the Wildcard used them so effectively to disguise what was going to go down as they retook that site. And while there was a bit of a response for 2 players from Legacy, they're both stuck in the same angle at upper B, and eventually they get flushed out by Wildcard. Very well done by them on that retake, on the force buy. They got the upgrades as well. 3 Galils for free, an M4 and an M4A4 and an A1S into the round as well. On the other side, well, of course, Legacy are going to force on back. Mac 10 for them and 4 Tech 9s. We'll see if they ratchet up the pace off of them, and they do. Lux just drops off of a mini and gets one. Lato the follow-up on Stan. This is falling apart. A-site could be lost.
Whoa! What? What on earth?
What?
And now Fuzi activates. What is happening? This is so weird. And Sus has just fallen off a ladder and got a kill back. So somehow, someway, Wildcard are completely fine. Fuzi's low HP. There's now been a lurk smoke that's been dropped on towards the vent, which gets Jaber sweating. But he's made his way over towards Decon. And Nissim is going to plant for him. What on earth is that? What are you doing? What are you doing? And now they're going to just touch each other in towards the vents, maybe. Fuzi goes around the other side of it. Now makes his way down the ladder. Lux is right behind him. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, this is hard to break down. We've seen some weird rounds on nuke so far. Perhaps some of the weirdest I've seen recently. Lux. I mean, what can you do? Nothing. Jaba finishes him off, and Wildcard win a round that felt like it was trending in Legacy's favor towards that A site. I honestly am a little baffled at both sides, I should say, trying to go into that A site. Feels like they have control, and then they get rebuffed. Mistakes coming through, weird positionings, bomb plants in the open without any support and without clearing the angles correctly. And time on the clock to clear them, too.
There's too many moving pieces because you've got Legacy dropping down the vent to kill Jaber. You've got Legacy wrapping hell. Like when you're on Tech 9s and Galils, you've got to be going together. And they did that initially, and then everything just sent into pandemonium. Fuzi's now pushing towards lobby because he knows that they're on an eco, and he wants to farm up MP9 money for the AWP.
I mean, he'll do exactly that. At least for one. They double swing him. A dink is on, but it's not nearly enough. Fuzi racking up all the cash he could possibly hope for that AWP in the follow-up round. Does he get another? Yes, he does. Why not? The quad is going to come through, so that's $2,400 for Fuzi to buy up that op and throw the MP9 right to the dirt.
Unfortunately, the reason why we spoke about Legacy in the pre-game before we went live with Inferno and we said, look, it's Lato Doomao, is because this is normally what happens. Look at the scoreboard right now. It's not Lato and Doomao, it's Lato and Lux, but the point still stands. Sadsin, Nissim, 5 kills each. Doomao, single digits. There's not a consistent floor for Legacy.
Yeah, and I think on a map where you like to see where you expect the operas to really start to do something, in particular on that CT side, that's where Sadzin should be activating. He's not. And the same problem, I've seen it on Train for him as well. So, Wildcard. Happy, of course, to find themselves in a 2-round lead, and it's amazing how the momentum and the complexion of the match has shifted in favor of Wildcard so quickly. There's the opener for Fuzi. Dumao's gone. Now the Legacy maybe panicking a little bit, just trying to find the space into ramp.
Yeah.
Sus flashed out, does have to fall back, but Fuzi's still here and watching from hell into ramp.
Look at the rotates. There's 3 on B right now for Wildcard. It's a crazy gamble to make, but it feels like it's going to be the right one because they've taken the ramp space here, Legacy. The reason why they've done this is because they heard that AWP sound off outside. But this is the perfect setup. You feel like it can't go wrong.
Bullets firing away here. Nissim gets one, Sadzine another, and well, it did go wrong for Wildcard because there's the bomb plant. Now Sonic scrambling a little bit. Oh my goodness, making so much noise. I mean, they know exactly where he's going to be. He's hoping to break the door and spot a player through the gap.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, well, that won't help him. Yeah, Lux gets the headshot. And just like that, what felt like a lean for Wildcard turns into one for Legacy instead.
Well, they had 3 players down there, and then they shifted the setup. And I'm not sure what the call was to shift that setup. I guess it was maybe the fact that Fuzi's left outside, so now you've got a main gap you need to worry about. But that's where the rotation come from. It came from vent to hold main. So because Fuzi's now worried about the hell to heaven, where Legacy have gone really quiet, by them just taking a pause, it made Wildcard doubt their setup, and it made them shift it. And you got some really good trades here out of Legacy. And the way they outpour that, 3 players on the left-hand side taking the space, and you got 1 player fanning out on the right-hand side, guaranteeing that trade. It was really nice sort of entry path in for Legacy. That's how they're able to get those ones over the line. And the Lux just does the rest. 2 insanely crucial kills. Keeping this a 1-round game. Keeping this to be a little bit touch and go for Wildcard. Legacy is still asking and posing questions to them.
Look at how aggressive Sonic is here. They're not even going to clear it. Freebie for Sonic. Now they know he's here, but Fuzi's supporting with the op, and Sonic's starting to smoke for himself to keep this position secure for a little bit longer, trying to work the edge of it. Will he get the frag? No. Eventually, Dumao will get that frag and even out the numbers at a 4v4. Now Legacy off of that frag decide to rotate back in towards A, but I think that was a spot into the A site by Fuzi.
Yeah, Nissim's trying to lurk. So Nissim was trying to hit a timing to go out squeaky and maybe kill Jaber. And Fuzi's ready for it. Really important rotates here from your AWP, providing a lot of overwatch. And he can do this because Stan is back garage. What do you do here for Legacy? What, like fake A into secret dive?
Yeah. Because going mini is too much of a risk, right? You don't have any information on the garage player.
Well, Stan can hear this.
Yeah. I mean, they call for Sus to rotate over to the B site. Sadzine spots Stan trying to rotate back into secret, but Sus in the meantime immediately drops Dumao, making this B take a little bit more uncomfortable, and now a lot more, with Fuzi taking care of Sadzine. Lato, last one standing, 1v3. He's pulled off some crazy clutches before, might be able to do it again here. Flashbang going to get tossed there to attract attention towards ramp, and Lato should get a reload. There's one. There's a second. Oh my goodness, Lato! 1v1 now. Nate is perfect. Sus disrupted by it, and Lato clutches the 1v3. Wildcard just can't deal with him.
What a crazy, crazy round from Lato. That is an unbelievable 1v3. And he actually can't really say Wildcard did too much wrong there. The only maybe, if you want to be really, really micro with it, is maybe the AWP holds the angle to let Jaber go out of the double doors, so he's not the one in the middle of the open having to rely on an AWP shot. But the way that Lato positions himself, the way he jiggles and isolates every single fight, the fact he nearly hits a spray transfer on Fuzi up towards Sus is unbelievable. If there's one guy right there that Legacy needed in that clutch situation, it was Lato, and he delivered. He's now put the Wildcard economy in complete jeopardy.
This is nuts. And I think the crazier part is it's just the 2 players that Legacy are relying on to pull this off. And we kind of criticize them for it, that it's not something you can do consistently. And it absolutely isn't. I mean, if you, in the long run, the numbers indicate that this type of play is not sustainable. But right now, it's working out for them. Wildcard desperately want to find a response, and that is not it. Dumao, if he starts activating, it could be curtains, and there's a follow-up as well. An artillery strike onto Sonic. 5v3 for Legacy, and this force buy has so far yielded absolutely zilch.
Oh no. Now the best you can hope for maybe is go into get this kill in lobby, but no, he's being held for, and now Jaber's on AWP recovery mode, but no, a break on the smoke, and that's now been heard. Legacy are being so careful. They're taking all the preventative measures on this force buy. Keeping 5 alive here would be insane for them.
Oh, jeez. Well, they don't keep 5 alive, but Jaba gone. 2 beautiful nades thrown there by Legacy. The utility has looked fantastic over the last 3 rounds. Wildcard on an eco, which means probably 11 for Legacy. I mean, what a recovery for them as well. We've kind of criticized them at midpoints of the matches, not really being able to close things out and really struggling. But here, when it looked like Wildcard and definitely felt like Wildcard, we're going to take control at up 9-7. Legacy get that response. A couple of key clutches, Lato being the most recent one in that 1v3, and all of a sudden, they're right back into it.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, now Dumao is really powering up. It's
happening?
deja vu. It's deja vu and a little bit better. It's the AK kill into the nade kill into another AK kill. Dumao gets all 5. And puts Legacy on the precipice of taking this series 2-0.
Yeah, well, there are the reinforcements, so you don't have to worry about the sustainability of only 2 players popping off as Dumao actually jumps into 2nd place off of those anti-eco aces. Or ace, I should say, singular. I mean, 2-round lead for Legacy and 2 away from knocking Wildcard out of this one, which to me, in 2 maps for Legacy, is a stunner. I didn't expect Wildcard to be struggling this much, but here we are. I do want to give Legacy a lot of credit, though, because despite the fact that Wildcard have been making their mistakes, Legacy are 1, capitalizing on it, and 2, playing out of their minds in terms of the mechanics and pure skill. Nissan.
Oh, he's going to lurk, and he got it. Oh, Sonic thinks he's protected. Now the comms are breaking down. This is worst case. Util's really good. It gets Jaber off the line. It gives Dumao the space. Fuzi will arrive. And now it's the 2 Swedes to do something here for Wildcard. The bomb will get planted. Fuzi's making a name for himself in towards heaven. And look at Susp's timing. This main play has to be everything. With attention diverted in at heaven, if he walks this smoke, maybe he can do something. But Sadsin denies. Fuzi relegated to the save. Legacy on series point.
Yeah, and I think Legacy are going to chase this. They have so much money. There's no reason for them not to. And now they know where Fuzi is. 3 bodies for him to drop. I think that's too tall of an ask. And it absolutely is. Doesn't get a single one. No op save through. No gun save through. And no money for Wildcard to really work with here in what could be their last round of this Thunderpick NA qualifier number 1 in 2025. Wow.
After seeing 6-6, after seeing Wildcard just get off to a great start on this CT half, I was like, okay, right, I'm ready for Ancient. I'm ready to sort of take a look at that storyline. Look, we can still get there, but it would take a miracle. And we've seen Lato's miracles work wonders. Now we need something more for Wildcard. Who's going to be that guy? Is it going to be Stan? No.
I love that Legacy just slows up, right? And they just wait for that push to come through because they expect Wildcard to be a little desperate, and they get one. And again, I mean, just Nissim walking onto the A site, no defense available for them, and then he finds the follow-up. This one's done and dusted, Brandon. No chance at all for Wildcard. Fuzi in a 1v4 does get that one, but down to 42 HP. No kit, no util, just the M4, and they're hunting him. Aye.
Lux is going to get the kill in the next few seconds, maybe. Oh, this is, yeah, as you say, brutal. I mean, Legacy have really just grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck. Here goes Lux. and he will lock it in. Legacy 2-0 wildcard in the upset of the day. They make it to the grand finals of the Thunderpick World Championships, NA Series 1, to go up and play NRG. Freddie, I don't think we were expecting that one, mate.
Oh, no, not at all. And also, just zero respect whatsoever coming out from Legacy at the end there. Like, Nissan, who was Neg, just going like, yeah, I'm just going to walk out hard and I'm just going to kill two. That was a real upset. And as well, after the end of play today, we have now concluded our semi-finalists and we have got our grand finals locked in for the Thunderpick World Championship North American Series 1. Whoever wins that game tomorrow will go through to the closed qualifier. We can actually bring up the bracket. Legacy, they've blown me away. And they also blew Wildcard out of the server. As you can see there, NRG expected. That's not too much of a surprise. I came in today thinking, yeah, NRG Wildcard. No bother about it. On Nuke, I was like, it's going to a third map. No worries. But here we are, the grand finals. JRT, I feel like this is something you definitely didn't expect.
No, absolutely not. I was thinking wildcard energy as well the whole way. So for Legacy to get it here, I mean, perhaps it's the matchup we didn't get in the ECL Grand Finals that I did expect to happen in that instance. So I'm kind of curious to see, because I was wondering how Legacy would square off against NRG. I think that would have been a more interesting matchup than Nouns NRG, and we're going to get it here in Thunderpick. So I'm excited.
It's going to be a very, very exciting day. But for now, I think I'm saying good night to you two while I wrap up the broadcast. I'm not sure.
No,
if
we're still here. Keep
we're
going.
Still here?
Yeah.
Are we still keeping going?
Yeah, you're doing the highlights, and then we're still here, bruv. You go. Crack on.
Do I go do the highlights now and then you
come
come back?
On. Yes, we come back.
Great. That makes sense. Well, yeah, okay. This was a game of two tails. Or no, game of three tails. We're going to break it down to three compartments. We're going to break it down into this this early stage of the T-side of Wildcard, where what was... And this is actually going to sound really crude, but it was good to see Wildcard like actually shooting, right? I know that sounds super mundane, but coming from Inferno, where they just weren't hitting the broadside of a barn, to seeing Fuzi get this like really nice 1 versus 2. They were capitalizing on Legacy, maybe a little bit messy. And then seeing Wildcard's gimmicks being thrown out on the T side. What they were doing really well was... controlling outside as well after they started getting their success because of Fuzi's 1 versus 2. And that was something that Wildcard were doing very well, was outside on the T side. And because of that, we forced Sadazin going down towards B a lot, which then allowed Wildcard to, after they conditioned the fact they were going outside a lot, to pivot and go more towards ramp. They tried to do it towards the A bomb site. I think you guys actually sat there and said that that was a bad execute. I had more of a counter thought that was actually just a really good hold from Legacy. But regardless, dead even at the half, neck and neck. It felt like this was going to be a really competitive second half, which it was, but for kind of like different reasons, right? It was 11-9 in favor of Wildcard. And it felt like that was it, right? It was like, we're going to a third map. And Lato pulls out his second clutch of the series, and that changes everything. Brandon, I guess that you guys are back now. Was like that clutch, right? That's the reason why we're here, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, that wins the whole game for them, to be honest, because that ruins the money of Wildcard and that keeps the money in check for Legacy. And it was an unbelievable clutch. You need players that are going to have those moments. You really need that, and we've seen that in North America Series 1. I think the whole way throughout the tournament, in the group stage and even the playoff brackets, you need players that need to have these individual moments to stabilize things. And Legacy, you had Nissim, and you also had someone else, I can't remember, Sadzin going like ridiculously negative, and then you got Dumal that picks up the pieces. You then got Lato that has that unbelievable one, and it's like, okay, we're back, and you can get away with having players fall off a little bit if you've got at least 3. And if Dumal doesn't step up there, they don't win that. If Lato doesn't win that one of your 3, they don't win that. There's so many things that you could point to and say that's a bit unfortunate for Wildcard. Where actually the situation is Legacy won out the game.
I mean, yeah, Lato is kind of the MVP, I think, of map 2, and it's really good to see the depth where like he isn't needed on Inferno and then steps up on Nuke. And it's really interesting you mentioned Sadzin because like yeah, he didn't have a great game because Wildcard were doing very well to negate him. Like that was what I was saying, right? On their T side, on Legacy CT side, Sadzin was just kind of being played around and had he was struggling to find impact. But ultimately, it's Wildcard in. If we take the major out, the major qualification, we'll take that out of the conversation. That's Astana, Bucharest, and now the Thunderpick World Championship. That wildcard, a team that we said are contesting for Tier 1, a team in the top 25 of the world, have failed to either make it to the grand finals or have failed to qualify for these events in North America. JRT, I feel like you're the best person to ask if just to like put this into context of like maybe how worrying is this for Wildcard?
There's definitely a concern. I mean, we're talking about this before, the losses were up against Complexity or are kind of on the rise now, having picked up Nyx and Sixi, and it's looking good for them. And then M80, who have been that team that's been competing toe-to-toe with Wildcard like on this climb. But I still agree with you. I think there's some worrying signs for Wildcard, and maybe that's why, even though they've denied all the rumors about peeping, they've denied all the rumors about Junior being added to this roster, there is the argument that maybe a small change, a small tweak is needed to this roster to get things going, even outside of the conversation of, is this an NA team or a European team according to VRS? I think that swapping out a rifler, bringing perhaps peeping in for whoever they bring out, whether, I don't think Sonic's in the conversation here, but I think Sus probably would be the one where they might target. I think that could be a necessary piece to really kind of reignite this team and get them back on that path upwards.
I mean, Sus had an awful series, actually awful. And that's kind of crazy to see from someone like him. It's also crazy to see from a wildcard roster that made the Legend stage at the Shanghai Major. Like, they really came into this year all guns blazing and instead have now maybe been dethroned regionally. But this is a terrific result for Legacy. Kind of changing the narrative from doom and gloom to this is a Legacy where they've got IM Dallas in like 3 days. And it was a really interesting point, John, you mentioned of like, oh, our wild card more focused on the major. I'd say, if anything, our Legacy more focused on IM Dallas because it's in 3 days, right? Like it's literally around the corner. And I think the fact that realistically, if I'm Legacy, there's IM Dallas is their major without a shadow of a doubt, and the fact they're still able in the prelude to that to be getting results like this, I think this is really a great show, a great sign of Legacy. Brandon, to end off the broadcast, really, do you think this result is maybe a flash in the pan, or do you think that we're seeing potentially the start of something more for Legacy?
I hope it's the start of something more. And I think that getting this victory against Wildcard is a really good step in the right direction because it finally proves to this roster that you've got the proof of concept and you can do it, right? Because this was a very good Inferno. This was a really good nuke T side recovery. And those are the hardest things to get right sometimes. The fact that you can go down in a game after sort of bleeding rounds on your CT side and nuke to then build up into your T side, having to come back against a Wildcard team. Like, you've got all the elements there of a perfect storm of a best of 3 for them. So hopefully this is a little springboard for Legacy that they can propel the confidence on for future results.
And the question is, can they propel themselves even further tomorrow? Because the grand finals now, as we've mentioned, is set. Legacy versus NRG will be up tomorrow. Whoever wins that will qualify for the Thunderpick World Championship 2025 closed qualifier, joining already Na'Vi Jr., who's qualified from Europe. And that tournament gives you spots into the main Thunderpick World Championship, which is hosted on LAN in Malta. 8 of the best teams. It's a super long journey to get there, but this is the start potentially for either Legacy or NRG. But with that in mind, grand finals not right now. It's tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So we've given you the starter. The main dish is tomorrow. So I hope you guys have a lovely evening and be right back here to see who makes it to the closed qualifier.